and what was once considered to be the things I knew what I needed to do to be successful before, but as during that transition, you're trying to figure out, okay, now in this transition, what do I have to do? So it's very challenging for employees, and I'm really pleased with where we are in terms of pretty much we'll have the structure in place within MSDE within a month or so. But it's also a bit of a challenge for the leaders. Dr. Lawson and others, I'm happy to see you guys every month. I look up and you all are back, and I'm real pleased. Because it's a challenge. I remember in some of the assignments I had where colleagues would say to me, there isn't enough money in the world to be doing what you're doing. I mean, you're doing it because you believe it's the right thing to do, but in the short term, it can be so very challenging. So it's challenging for everybody. And then the third part of that I would just say is in terms of the public. I've been generally very pleased with the coverage we've gotten. I think people are doing their best to try to understand and report. But I remember times when people would contact family members and say, did you see what they said about your father? And they would, and you would have to sort of work through that. But it's all just part of this process. That Marilyn said that we wanted to dramatically change and present dramatically better opportunities for children. I think we're seeing sort of what that looks like. And what I would expect to see is as we continue down this path, you're going to see more of this flow down to the LEAs, to the local boards, to the local superintendents as they are out there in front advocating for change in the way we do business. It will also hit the administrators in the school buildings as we work through it. And I think the important thing for all of us to remember is our North Star. The reason why we are taking on all of this short-term pain and challenge in the short term is because we believe that we are positioned here in the state to do something extraordinarily special for children, for generations of children. That when we're successful, children who will grow into adults will leave the school system prepared for life. And when they leave the school system prepared for life, this impacts them, it impacts their families, it impacts their children that they will have. So we have a tremendous opportunity. I think the biggest challenge that we have to be able to do is to be very clear-eyed about what we have to do and make sure that we are providing the sufficient due diligence around all the issues that swirl, but also at the same time staying very focused and laser focused on our Resolution 2201, which says that we are 100% committed to leading transformative educational change, transformative opportunities for all students, transformative opportunities in terms of outcomes for students. So we're on the front end of something special, and the board, I couldn't be more pleased with the board nor with the superintendent and the leadership at MSDE. We got a ton of things to do. We have to be able to work through them. We've been out talking to the local boards and superintendents. They're engaged and on board. So I believe that we're moving in the right direction. We have a significant challenge ahead of us, but it is not anything that's too big for us. We can make this work, and I'm excited about it. So today, we're going to go to our public comment period, and then we're going to have a really, really exciting opportunity to recognize our Teachers of the Year. I'm excited about meeting them and just thanking. And we also have a resolution that we're going to bring before the board. And again, this is a really great opportunity, and we're going to get a preview of the CCR report, which is very, very important. And we're going to have, we invited the AIB, so we have a few members of the AIB who will be joining us here. So again, this is going to be a great day, and we look forward to it. Now let me turn to public comment. We're going to call upon the registrants as they registered. We will take our virtual guests first, and then we'll come to our guests in the room. We will then ask everyone to abide by the 3-minute rule. We'll monitor the time. When your time expires, we ask you to complete your sentence, but not to make any additional comments. And again, if you have any material, please give those to Mr. Hans. He'll make sure that he gets them to us. Please address your comments to the entire board, not to an individual board member. The board members will not respond to your comments, but please believe me that we do take your comments very seriously. So again, want to just thank everybody. And now let's move to our, we're going to go to our virtual presenters. Ms. Angelique Vigilati, did I get that right? Hopefully I...
It's Vigliotti.
Vigliotti, I'm sorry, please forgive me.
Okay. That's okay.
Please, welcome. Good morning.
Morning. Does my time start now?
Yes, whenever you start, yes.
All right. Thank you, members of the board. When my son initially was serviced with the autism waiver, after being waitlisted for many, many years, we had just found out that he was part of a large Department of Justice case in Frederick County. He had undergone a lot of abuse in the public school system, and we knew that we would need the autism waiver services that were offered to help to make him more successful as he transitioned into adulthood. However, once we found a provider, we found it almost impossible to find educators to give him services under the waiver. So I left my healthcare job and went to work educating my child. My liaison did explain that the possibility of my work with my child, Thomas, not being permanent, but I assumed that I would at least have until October of this year to work with him directly. I work with my son much more than 40 hours a week under the autism waiver. I am constantly texting with him since the time he awakes till I am meeting with him and working side by side with him in the afternoons until nighttime. For our house to run smoothly as a family, I need to provide support and service to him more than 40 hours a day. And a week. And in the 8 months that I have worked with him, Thomas has been reduced to 1 medication from 5 medications, has done an internship part-time with the local Parks and Rec, has improved greatly with school, and has even started to develop friendships. These things would not happen without me working directly one-on-one with him. I think as the organization that you are, you should realize that there is a shortage of educators out there. There is a shortage of special education providers out there, and there is a shortage of service people in this category out there. If you take away this resource so quickly for the parents, you are creating an undue financial burden for us, for one, and the possibility of our children not getting the services that they need. It is also hurting these providers and creating additional stress and trying to recruit educators that are not out there to supply the autism waiver. There are some children under this waiver that need help transitioning into social settings or with people they have not worked with before, and those things take a long time. This leaves a huge gap in services for the current children under the waiver. Having a child that was abused by educators in the past means it will be twice as hard for me to get an unfamiliar person to work with him. Why would you make the waiver more difficult for us in this regard? Please have Medicaid understand understand how important our work is to our children. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your comments. Thank you. This time, I'd like to recognize Ms. Trudy Biddle.
It's Biddle, but that's
Biddle.
okay.
Biddle.
Good morning, all. I appreciate you all giving us the opportunity to hear our voices about our situations with the autism waiver and the abrupt announcement of the ending of the Appendix K flexibilities. And I just want to piggyback on some of the things that the other lady mentioned, and how crucial the autism waiver has been. My son, I put him on the list in 2007, and he was not approved until 2015. So it's basically takes an average of about 8 years to get approved. And once approved, it takes time to find the right fit for a service provider. You have to go through the list and interview, and then you can decide which one is going to be the best for you. And with my son in particular, it's been difficult with keeping staff. During the pandemic, or since the pandemic started, including myself, I have had 6 different staff people working with him. And they've come and gone for different reasons. And I just recently had someone leave. So basically, I am the last one standing here. And with this abrupt announcement of them wanting to end the program early, or end the Appendix K early, it doesn't give families, providers, or anyone time to Catherine, get out of here. It doesn't give anybody time to prepare to get back to the pre-pandemic levels. Plus, I'm with her. I work with my son all of the time, more than 40 hours a week. And with this additional time, it has really been a blessing for us to have the time, and for parents to be able to fill in the gaps when other staff cannot do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your comments. And we have Ms. Jonah Atang. Okay. We'll move now on to Ms. Catherine Rodriguez. Okay. We'll now move to Ms. Carrie Inouye. Okay. Okay. We'll now, I understand, Ms. O'Neill. Ms. Leslie O'Neill wants to join us virtually. Ms. O'Neill, are you there?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I unmuted myself.
Okay.
Thank you. I want to thank everyone for the opportunity to speak. I'd be there in person. We're all sick again. Gotta love germs. That's all kids willingly share. So I'll get to I'll get to my speech.
Understood.
So my name's Leslie O'Neill. My son is Liam O'Neill. We feel very blessed that we finally came up on the autism waiver list in January of 2022. We'd been waiting since 2014. It took months to get everything ironed out in order to start services. I was told that the health department and other places were very behind due to COVID. When I got a county contact person, then I went through the interview process and all the forms that come with that step. Then once I signed up with a company, it took a few months to get staff to come and work with my son. Several staff came and went due to not being willing to work and or apparently lying about their work history with special needs from what we saw. I have been on staff working with my son since the fall of 2022. I work on behavior, daily life skills, communication and social skills. Prior to my being on staff, we had continuously ran into staff not staying or not being up to the job. There seems to be a huge shortage of people who are reliable, want to work, and enjoy what they are doing, not just in this business, but all across many types of industries. As Liam's mom, I know what does and doesn't work with him. I have years of earned respect. He trusts and loves me. He feels safe with me, and he can just be himself at all times. In his past, he has been mistreated by adults at school in 2 different schools, both in early and late elementary school. He can be very naive, and I'm very reluctant to trust anyone fully due to him being hurt physically and mentally in the past. I've not been able to work outside the home for a number of years because I've needed to be available for speech, OT, ABA, counseling, psychiatry, and various other appointments for Liam. At times, he has also needed to be transported to and from school. In the summer, with extended school year being shortened to just 3 weeks, that just adds to the long hours of constant care. No group was more forgotten than our special kids during the 2.5 years of COVID. These kids need the 40 hours a week that they have been receiving. I would hope that that would not be taken away from them. Being able to get paid to work as Liam's aide has helped our family a great deal. It is nice to take some of the financial burden off of my husband, who has been our sole income for the last 13 plus years, nearly 14 now. This benefits the state of Maryland as well, to know that our children's best interests and safety could not be of any greater importance than to our individual parents. It also saves money with background checks and fingerprinting person after person when people don't stay in the job. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your comments. We also understand that Ms. Veronica, Hip and Steel is also virtual this morning. You are muted. Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning, and thank you for your time.
Sure.
And thank you for taking the parents' comments. I am one of the families that had special exception and given to agencies prior to COVID because workers could not be found to help with my son because he has severe autism. Then they can make $15 an hour working at McDonald's and Target. Before COVID, they couldn't even find workers. I have also told them over the last year that if they could find someone, that I would give up some of my hours because it would have been nice to have had someone to take and give us a little bit of a break. My husband had to retire after I was in a car accident and I was weaker and Andrew was growing stronger. So my husband had to retire to help with Andrew because no workers could be found even before COVID. Having to pay for the work that we were already having to do has helped because we have a massive amount of debt because of all of his medical. Safe proof in this house. We have laminate windows, which he's still, right now, there are 3 of them that are broken. We have had to put padding in his room, and even community first choice.
You're
This
muted.
went
Okay.
on
Okay.
the credit cards. And the single moms, I feel for them for not getting notice. They may, because they may have elected to stay and take care of their child with autism. So I do hope that you continue the program for at least maybe if you had to, worst case scenario, do it case by case. In the severe cases, the people should be paid. Like anyone that they can't find workers for, but I don't know how you're going to find workers because they can now make $18 an hour at Target versus $15 working with a child with autism. And most of them are not easy to work with. I've never had help with my son. No one wants to help with him because he's severe and he's nonverbal. Thank you for your time, and I certainly hope you come up with a solution that doesn't leave us once again out in the cold, because the COVID 2 years, my son regressed, has destroyed my home, and no one listened then. I was begging. I'm one of the ones that was sending emails begging for help.
Okay.
And I find it depressing to think that we're going to now step back into not only not having help, but having financial difficulties, because now it takes two of us not working to be able to share this, divide the duties up. My son is in LEAP, that's and he's a 2-on-1 student, where Anne Arundel County pays additional for an additional aide to be by his side at all time because of his dangerous behaviors and his eloping.
Thank you very much.
Basically, I have documentation that we're in an impossible situation.
We understand. Thank you very much for your comments. We appreciate them. Thank you. We're now going to turn to our guests in the room. Mr. Robert Eccles. Mr. Eccles? Welcome, sir. Morning, sir.
Good morning, President Crawford, Vice President Getty, members of the State Board, and Superintendent Chaudhry. My name is Robert Eccles. In February, a group of roughly 40 former and current MSD employees met to discuss concerns about the toxicity that has come to define MSDE. Subsequently, I was one of 10 former MSD employees who wrote to this board to share our perspectives and grave concerns regarding the workplace culture, the alarming attrition of staffers, and the inability for MSD to be the partner or leader that is needed in this blueprint era. Today, I speak on behalf of the group. I joined MSD in 2017 and was entrusted to collaborate with educators from across the state and with experienced professionals throughout the agency. I cared about this job very much and expected to have years, if not decades, ahead of me at MSDE. MSDE has stated that the staffing exodus is a natural part of an administration transition. This misleading statement reflects both the leadership's lack of self-awareness and transparency. It is customary to have attrition in the upper levels of the agency. However, the massive exodus of staffers across the agency is unprecedented and self-inflicted. Local school systems and other partners in education are being asked to do much more, but with much less guidance and leadership from the agency. To date, there is no evidence that the third-party independent investigation that we called for in our letters was conducted. This was made clear when an MSD spokesperson issued a false statement indicating that no formal grievances had been filed. For the board to do its due diligence would be to have a reputable and independent entity interview former staffers, current staffers, local school system officials, and other stakeholders. The entity should conduct a deep dive through employee exit records, all formal grievances filed with Governor Hogan's office, MSD offices of Human Resources and Equity, and legal filings to determine why an exodus happened at the end of 2021 and throughout 2022. For transparency, the board should require the woefully outdated public-facing directories to reflect accurate current staffing, rather than misleading the public regarding the hollowing out of the agency. Governor Moore has promised the best in state government. The ongoing unacceptable practices at MSD further embarrass the whole state and his administration. Agency leaders and staffers have been disempowered. My old division employed a thorough and collaborative process to review new teacher preparation programs in 1 month. Unmoved by a national teacher shortage, the agency's highest leaders have inefficiently inserted themselves in this review process, now estimated to take 4 to 6 months. This harms our state at an urgent time to recruit teacher candidates in critical shortage areas. MSD leadership is unwilling to accept counsel from experienced staff, which has resulted in the flagrant misuse of title funds and the forfeiture of valuable federal Perkins funds. The problem has also bled into the implementation of the blueprint. There has been extensive media coverage of widespread dissatisfaction and concerns. By next week, I'll provide a fuller account of these blueprint failures and other issues. This is not an attack on educational reform. This is an imperative call because current staffers, our schools, our teachers, and our students are suffering.
Thank
Last
you.
part, the
Thank you.
integrity
Thank
of
you.
this body
Thank
is
you.
called into
Thank you.
question if it
Thank
does
you.
not move to
Thank
action.
you.
Thank you.
Appreciate your comments. At this time, we'd like to recognize Dr. Mark Bedell, Superintendent, Anne Arundel County Public Schools. Welcome, sir. Good to see you again.
All right, greetings, President Crawford, Vice President Jackson Getty, members of the State Board, and State Superintendent Chowdhury. Last time I was in front of a state board was January 11th, 2022, and I was extremely nervous because this was our opportunity in Kansas City to have our full accreditation restored after losing it some 22 years ago. And obviously it went well. Today, I have an opportunity to just come in and provide just an update on my experiences so far as superintendent in Anne Arundel County. And it's been an interesting journey. I was in this state back in 2012 through 2016, where I served as an assistant superintendent in the Baltimore County Public Schools. But I lived in Anne Arundel. So when this opened up a year ago, it was a no-brainer for my wife and I that this may be the prime opportunity to come back to Maryland, you know, a state that we definitely love living in. But one of the pieces that I also thought was important was my research around Blueprint for Maryland Future, and you spoke to that, President, that it could be a game changer if it's implemented properly. I also believe that in order for it to be a game changer, there are other legislative constraints that have to be attacked. So you can't innovate if you're still operating under antiquated requirements by law. One of those being this requirement of us having to be in school for 180 days in addition to hours. The state of Missouri moved away from that constraint, and that ultimately allowed for school districts to begin to innovate a little bit differently. In the work that we were doing in Kansas City, we were doing Blueprint 2030 before I ever even did any research here around how we were looking to innovate and to really try to bring back joy to teaching and learning as a school district. I think that there are a lot of opportunities with Blueprint to allow for us to bring back joy to teaching and learning, but we also know that we will need some support in getting some of these constraints removed so that we can modernize, so that we can innovate, so that we can operate in a more agile manner that will truly prepare our students to be globally competitive. So I ask that as we get into the next legislative session, and I've had this conversation with our state superintendent, and it sounds like he's on board with this, that we really do take a look at some of these legislative requirements that potentially will work against and stifle the true essence of what Blueprint is calling for. And I simply ask that we all continue to move forward with making this the #1 state in education. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, very much. We appreciate your comments. I'd like to recognize Mr. Neil Harris. Mr. Harris? Okay. All righty. We'll continue with that. We take these comments very seriously. Superintendent, on the Appendix K, is there anything you would just want to say about that?
Yeah, absolutely. So on Appendix K, this was a pending expiration that was coming. The pandemic allowed the state to have a flexibility that allowed our caregivers to be compensated for the work that they do, as you can see. We want to make it permanent. There's no doubt on that. So we are working with MDH to amend the state plan. We administer the autism waiver, and then MDH ultimately owns the state plan. So we're going to pursue an amendment to make it happen. There's 6 states that have made the flexibilities on Appendix K permanent as part of their state plan. That was never part of the state plan for Maryland. So we're going to not have lapse, hopefully, of care and in services. And then basically we're going to submit to the Medicaid administration to ultimately get approval. I can't predict that they're going to approve. I would hope so. There's precedent. But in the meantime, we're going to continue on and pursue the amendment. I mean, it's the right thing to do.
Okay. Very good. Thank
Did
you.
I miss anything, team?
Ms. Allen.
Superintendent, could you also speak to the long waiting list that the parents mentioned?
Sure. I'll have the team come up and share that. Deanne? The autism waiver has always had a wait list. That's not something new because it's a demand supply issue. And then the state has continually tried to find a way to eliminate that wait list. Today you'll see DORS, and we'll talk about the wait list issue, but that's been in place for a long time. When we did a special education deep dive a while ago, we talked about the autism waiver, but that's what that is. Families are on a wait list to be serviced, but ultimately you need a provider to service STEM. MSD does not provide direct services, so some contexts can be in the form of Appendix K, but others are different where you need where it's a supply and demand matter ultimately. We have been able to get more funding over, Senator Zucker is very passionate about this over the years, but at the end of the day, you could have all the funding in the world if you don't have the suppliers to give the service. You're going to be on the list waiting. Did I miss anything?
No, just that the state did expand the number of slots next year, and I believe it's about 1,000 other slots coming up next year as well.
And then also, we have staff here, Carmen Brown and her team, that work directly with families to make sure the autism wait list isn't a barrier and that parents still have access to services and supports regardless of the wait list as well. So we've actually hired some new staff that we've brought on board as well that have a lot of experience working with parents that have students, children with autism. And so it's been a really nice push and focus for the agency.
Yeah, but to be clear, the agency does not provide direct services to the families. We help them get the service, but ultimately there has to be a service provider.
Sure. Thank you. Okay, so this afternoon, then we can pick up more of this when we talk about DORS. Okay. What I'd like to do is we have a full agenda. I'd like to move now to our new business, our consent agenda items. We have 3 consent agenda items: the approval of the minutes, the personnel actions, and budget adjustments for April 2023. In accordance with our practice, I will say objection 3 times, and hearing no objection, then the consent agenda items are considered approved. Objection, objection, objection. Hearing no objection, the consent agenda items are approved. Superintendent, I think I saw someplace where one of the new individuals on the list was in Ed Week.
Yes.
Featured in Ed Week.
Yes, we're really excited to have Mr. Vargas join the agency. He's a national leader when it comes to bringing equity around gifted and talented identification. Gifted and talented identification continues to be something that is grossly used to track and frankly segregate. And we have a leader who has figured out how to tackle that issue. Maryland has made some strides in Comar, but it's one thing to have it on paper, it's another thing to do it. And so we continue to recruit top-level talent into the agency and keep top-level talent as well.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you. At this time, we'd like to bring before the board for the board's consideration a proclamation recognizing Teacher Achievement Week. Mr. Hands, if you wouldn't mind reading the proclamation. We're going to have Mr. Hands read it, and then with the board's permission, we will then have a vote to approve it, and then we will sign it and publish it. Yes, sir.
Thank you, President Crawford. Resolution of the Maryland State Board of Education 23-01 to recognize Teacher Appreciation Week. Whereas through their dedicated efforts to ensure our children build the knowledge and skills necessary to be successful in college, career, and life, and whereas Maryland's educators are vital in leading the charge of implementing the blueprint for Maryland's future, and whereas educators play a crucial role in the development of a diverse student population and must continually adapt to meet the ever-changing needs of our children throughout their educational experiences, and whereas educators help children explore their talents, pursue their passions and interests, and provide the support necessary to help them lead successful and fulfilling lives, and whereas educators spend countless hours preparing lessons, evaluating student progress, collaborating to improve student learning, and serving as pillars in our community, and whereas the State Board is committed to investing in the next generation of educators that will lead our state school system into the future. And now, therefore, the Maryland State Board of Education, by virtue of the authority vested in it by the laws of Maryland, including but not limited to Title II of the Education Article, does hereby resolve that the State Board formally recognize May 8th to 12th, 2023 as Teacher Appreciation Week and presents its gratitude to the thousands of selfless, committed educators who serve the children of Maryland every day.
Very good. The floor is now open for a motion to approve the proclamation. General Sumter, seconded by Dr. Michael. Seeing no discussion, all those in favor, please say aye and raise your hand. Aye.
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 Opposed? Abstention? Motion passed?
Motion carries.
Okay. So we'll have everyone sign that. Very good. We now have an opportunity, again, one of those fun things to do is the opportunity to recognize the teachers, Maryland teachers. So we'll be bringing them in. We'll have an opportunity. The superintendent will make a statement. Then what we will do is we will then have a photo opportunity for each of the teachers.
Well, guest is good enough, but
Next guest.
this is what makes me so anxious.
Fire. Okay, understood. Welcome, everyone. We're really excited to have you here with us today as you're coming in and being seated. Very nicely done. Great work. Thank you so much. Does this bring back memories, Ms. McCusker? Yes, it does. Okay, all right, all right, all right. Best year ever. Okay, all right, so y'all are in for your best year ever. Okay. I see a number of the superintendents here. Welcome, welcome. Thank you much for taking time out of your schedules to be here as well. Thank you. Superintendent Chody, whenever you're ready, sir.
All right. So can you feel greatness in the room. We have some amazing teachers here. The unique thing about this year is, as much as I love all my core content teachers, math, English, science, history, this year's group is looks beyond just core content. There is special education greatly represented, which is great to see. We don't talk enough about them. We should be talking about them a lot. There is our electives represented today, from from art to music. There you go. And then, of course, we have a PE teacher. We have a lot of unique teachers. And then we have teachers with mixed core content. When you're in a place like Kent, you wear many hats. And so the Teacher of the Year wears many hats, as you can see. I had the fortune. And then, of course, we have amazing core content teachers. We have Mr. Horner. Please raise your hand. I was in his science class. I got to shadow a student. He is an amazing science teacher by day and jazz player by night, correct? Yeah, a little bit, yeah. So it was great to see him there, and it's great to see that when you experience greatness, it shows up on an award as well. So I'm excited to have him here. At the end of the day, it's not just about this moment, it's about also learning from them as we shape policies. So that's where we really need to listen and learn. And so looking forward to doing that with this cohort as the next cohort continues on to the work that they're doing. Those are my words.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chaudhry, Mr. Crawford, and fellow board members. Good morning, everyone. Congratulations once again, yay, on being selected as your local education agency's Teacher of the Year. It's an honor.
Yes.
Mr. Crawford, Mr. Chaudhry, and board members, before we would begin to recognize the teachers, we're going to ask you to stand by the window where Kelly is. I will introduce each Teacher of the Year in alphabetical order, starting with Allegheny County, and read a short bio so you can learn more about each teacher. Teachers, we ask that when your name is called, you and your guests join the superintendent and board members for a commemorative photo. Once your photo has been taken, please return to your seats until the last photo has been taken. Guests, please hold your applause until all the teachers have been introduced. Thank you. So let's begin. We're going to start with Allegheny County.
Wait, she wants us.
Oh,
Okay,
sorry.
absolutely.
I thought it was a board only.
Okay, this is Dr. Joseph Thompson, Allegheny County Teacher of the Year. Dr. Thompson is an experienced music educator at Fort Hill High School. He is an advocate for the arts, student leadership, and facilitates student-led community initiatives. He serves as the Allegheny County Education Association School Representative, Department Chair, and on several committees. Okay. Dr. Thompson, oh, there we go. And on several committees. Dr. Thompson's instrumental programs are consistently recognized for achievements and community support. Next is Mary Kay Connerton, Anne Arundel County Teacher of the Year. Ms. Connerton is a fierce advocate for student wellness, serving as wellness coordinator at Annapolis High School. The wellness program she created assists the school community with living healthfully, leading to wellness school of distinction. Ms. Connerton co-leads trauma team and programs that focus on healing, connecting communities. She pioneered the first yoga program and social emotional learning and wellness curriculum for 25,000 students and received the Shape Friend Award in 2020. Ms. Connerton is here with her local superintendent, Dr. Mark Bettel, and Principal Patrick Galinas. Mr. Jared Perry, Baltimore City Teacher of the Year. Mr. Perry teaches 6th grade through 8th grade at Booker T. Washington Middle School. He serves as the band director, art team lead, technology manager, and senior leadership team. He is also a brass teaching artist, ensemble director of the brass band, and has led various ensembles and mentored teachers as he is serving students across multiple schools through the BSO Orc Kids program. Ms. Beverly Folkoff is the Baltimore County Teacher of the Year. Ms. Folkoff, a special education teacher at Relay Elementary School, has taught in the Baltimore County Public Schools for 15 years. A native of Maryland's Eastern Shore, she serves on the board of directors for the Teachers Association of Baltimore County. In her classroom, Ms. Folkoff strives to create the 3 L's: life skills, loving environment, and lots of laughter. Ms. Folkoff is here with her local superintendent, Dr. Darrell Williams, and Principal Lisa Grace. Mr. John Allen, Calvert County Teacher of the Year. Mr. Allen teaches 9th through 12th grade at Huntington High School, where he teaches film, journalism, and broadcasting. He is a student mentor, member of the equity team, and advisor to the school newspaper. Before coming to Maryland to teach, Mr. Allen entered the world of documentary film production with the American Red Cross and established his own documentary and educational film production company. Mr. Allen is here with his local superintendent, Dr. Andre Townsill, and Principal Beth Morton. Mr. Robert Honer, Caroline County Teacher of the Year. Mr. Honer has taught 6th grade science at Colonel Richardson Middle School for 24 years and established the first Lego League team for students, which is now part of the school's STEM, philosophy, and gifted and talented program fulfillment. He is also a musician who partnered with other agencies in 2011 to create the Young Musicians Summer Academy, which to date has served over 500 students, and the Courthouse Community Band, which features former and current students. Mr. Honer is here with his local superintendent, Dr. Derek Simmons, and Principal Dr. Yolanda Holloway. Next is Ms. Lauren Stevens, Carroll County Teacher of the Year. Ms. Stevens teaches 10th through 12th grade biology and human anatomy at Manchester Valley High School. Her versatility within the curriculum enables her to excel in teaching the most challenged learners to the most gifted students. Ms. Stevens has led efforts to establish a green school, developed a portion of the state's recognized American Chestnut curriculum, and collaborated on Maryland State Department of Education Literary Framework Update. Ms. Stevens also provides professional development for her colleagues and serves as an outstanding mentor for interns and student teachers. Ms. Stevens is here with her local Assistant Superintendent of Instruction, Ms. Nicholas Shockney, and Principal Mr. Joe Guara. Next is Ms. Brianna Souter, Cecil County Teacher of the Year. Ms. Souter is a visual arts educator at Rising Sun High School. She's a committed advocate for arts education and has presented at the county, state, and national level. Ms. Souter is passionate about teaching students about the world through the visual arts and mental health benefits of creative making. She provides engaging, diverse, and enriching experiences to guide students in discovering their potential while addressing their social, emotional needs. Ms. Souter is here with her local superintendent, Dr. Jeffrey Lawson, and Principal Jim Miro. Next is Michelle Bradshaw, Charles County Teacher of the Year. Ms. Bradshaw currently a special education teacher at Morris J. McDonough High School. She coordinates the Best Buddies program and mentors students in the Teachers Academy of Maryland program. Ms. Bradshaw facilitates the inclusion of her students at school, partnering with staff to provide them with meaningful work sites on campus. In addition, her students have run the school coffee shop for the past 15 years. Ms. Bradshaw is here with her local superintendent, Dr. Maria Navarro, and Mr. David Bradshaw. Next is Brianna Bulla, Dorchester County Teacher of the Year. Ms. Bulla is a 5th grade teacher at Sandy Hill Elementary School. She leads a team of inspiring teachers that has successfully implemented the Ron Clark's House Academy program at Sandy Hill Elementary. In 2021, she received the first Emily's Excellence in Education recognition. Ms. Bulla is currently serving as one of Dorchester County's budding teachers, is a mentor to Salisbury University interns, and a youth leader at Kingdom Builders Ministries. Ms. Bulla is here with her local superintendent, Mr. W. David Bromwell, and principal, Ms. Deborah Gibson. Next is Ms. Nicole Rhodes, Frederick County Teacher of the Year. Ms. Rhodes, 7th grade science teacher at Windsor Knowles Middle School, where she organized the first school-wide science fair, STEM fair, educational opportunities at the Chesapeake Bay Foundation. She also previously conducted biomedical research at Johns Hopkins Medical Institute. She was an Excellence in Gifted and Talented Education Award winner and was a Presidential Award for Excellence in Mathematics and Science Teaching nominee. Ms. Rhodes is here with her principal, Mr. Brian Vasquenza, and instructional director of middle schools, Mr. Tom Saunders. Next is Ms. Allie Shalip, Garrett County Teacher of the Year. Ms. Shalip is a library media specialist, I hope I'm saying that right, at Northern Middle School. Her work experience includes libraries in Baltimore and Garrett County, Maryland. She strives to make the school library the heart of the school, a place to engage every learner and foster multiple literacies. Ms. Shalip was a School Library Journal's 2018 School Librarian of the Year, received the 2019 Advocate Award from Frostburg's Children's Literature Center, and is a LEGO Education Ambassador. Ms. Shalip is here with her local superintendent, Barbara Baker, and Principal David Yoder. Mr. Michael Brogley is the Harford County Teacher of the Year. Mr. Brogley is a social studies teacher at C. Milton Wright High School. He currently serves as the advisor of his school's chapter of the National Honor Society. Mr. Brogley is a member of the School Performance and Achievement Team and serves as the coordinator of the Harford County Public Schools Student Page Program. He was also the founder of the successful Stand Up for Autism program and serves as an adjunct professor in history at Harford Community College. Mr. Brogley is here with his local superintendent, Dr. Sean Bolson, and principal, Ms. Erica Harris. Next is Dr. Laura Moore, Howard County Teacher of the Year. Dr. Laura Moore is a 2nd grade teacher at Waverly Elementary School. Dr. Moore creates a culturally responsive learning environment of inclusivity and collaboration by engaging students, staff, and families as valuable educational partners. During her 10-year career within the Howard County Public School System. Dr. Moore has proudly served as a classroom teacher, math committee leader, and diversity, equity, and inclusion liaison. Additionally, she serves as an adjunct professor at Bowie State University, teaching elementary mathematics to aspiring teachers. Dr. Moore is here with her local superintendent, Dr. Michael Martirano, and Principal Ms. Rachel, I'm going to mess this up.
It's okay. We can talk
Edo Eckert. Next is Ms. Mary McGee. She goes by Jessie from Kent County. Ms. McGee is a second grade teacher at Galena Elementary School. From 2020 to 2022, she was part of MSDE's lead teacher team, which developed and supported elementary social studies curriculum. Currently, Ms. McGee chairs the environmental committee and leads the student green team, where she implemented a school-wide composting program. She also received a MSRPA grant for a Watch Me Grow project that provides materials for classrooms to hatch chicks. Ms. McGee is here with her local superintendent, Dr. Karen Couch, and toy coordinator, Teacher of the Year coordinator, Mr. Dan Hushin. Okay. Next is Ms. Shannon McKenzie, Montgomery County Teacher of the Year. Mr. McKenzie is a child development teacher and education intern coordinator at Clarksburg High School. She is also the Coyote Pup preschool director and CHS Chapter Educators Rising Teacher Leader. Ms. McKenzie has developed a partnership with Montgomery College, Towson University, or universities at Shady Grove in an effort to create a program that allows more students to earn their associate's degrees before high school graduation. Ms. McKenzie is here with her principal, Mr. Edward Awusu, and Director of School Support and Wellbeing, Mr. Christoph Turk. Next is Ms. Mary Truman, Prince George's County Teacher of the Year. Ms. Truman, an early childhood special education teacher at Kenmore Early Childhood Center, has been teaching preschoolers with autism since 2000. She serves as a team leader, school representative for the Core Vocabulary Initiative, and a mentor for new teachers. Ms. Truman has been recognized by the City of Bowie as both Teacher of the Month and Teacher of the Year in 2019. Mary and her team biked to the beach, raising $12,000 for Autism Speaks. Ms. Truman is here with her Chief of School Support and Leadership, Dr. Helen Coley, and Principal Ms. Alam Ezel Lawson. Next is Ms. Andrea Schulte, Queen Anne's County's Teacher of the Year. Ms. Schulte teaches visual arts at Kent County High School. She's a passionate master teacher, championing, I can't say that word, student-centered approaches to teaching the whole child through student choice, voice, and social emotional learning in and out of the classroom. Her career began in 2001 as a science teacher before becoming a visual arts teacher at middle school and high school levels. Then the art department chair, statewide presenter, National Art Society sponsor, and a National Honor Society advisor. Ms. Schultz is here with her local assistant superintendent, Dr. Marcia Sprinkle, and principal, Mr. Sean Kenna. Next is Alicia Swan, St. Mary's County Teacher of the Year. Ms. Swan is an 8th grade English language arts teacher and the Equity School site leader at Esperanza Middle School. She creates equitable, multicultural resources for staff to educate students. She is the ELA department chair and tutors students after school. Ms. Swan collaborates with the Teacher Academy of Maryland program, volunteered with the NAACP Back to School events, and has been recognized by Blacks in Government. Ms. Swan is here with her local superintendent, Dr. J. Scott Smith, and principal, Ms. Jennifer Consalvo. Next is Ms. Tanya Cunningham Raycrow, Somerset County Teacher of the Year. Ms. Cunningham Raycrow is a comprehensive special education teacher teacher at Somerset Intermediate School. She began her career with Somerset County as a substitute teacher in 1998 and is currently a special education comprehensive classroom teacher providing hands-on support to students with significant cognitive delays in all core content areas as well as life skills. She provides personal instruction through the Somerset County Public Schools Home and Hospital Program and serves as the county's alt assessment facilitator. Ms. Cunningham Raycrow serves the community through faith-based mentoring programs, including college prep initiatives. Ms. Cunningham Raycrow is here with her local Deputy Superintendent, Mr. Tom Davis, and Principal, Mr. Corey Ballard. Next is Cindy Rossbach, Talbot County Teacher of the Year. Ms. Rossbach is a special education teacher who teaches first grade and second grade at Easton Elementary School. Cindy supports her students by applying grading for equity and conscious discipline components, which she presented during her county's Equity Summit. Ms. Rossbach is a culturally relevant teaching committee member, sharing elements during professional development, is actively involved in her youth group and the Talbot County Special Education Citizens Advisory Committee. Just acknowledge her positive impact on students this year. Ms. Rossbach is here with her local superintendent, Dr. Sharon Pepikayi, thank you, and toy coordinator, Mr. James Redmond. Next is Mr. Raymond Weber, Washington County Teacher of the Year. Mr. Weber teaches fifth grade at Salem Avenue Elementary School. In his Title I school, he empowers students to realize their potential and develops their knowledge, skills, and confidence to succeed in and beyond the classroom. Mr. Weber is a team leader, curriculum writer, and a coach and mentor in Destination Imagination and Big Brothers and Big Sisters of America. He achieved the Presidential Award for Excellence in Mathematics and Science Teaching and is a Fulbright teacher for global classrooms. Mr. Weber is here with his local superintendent, Dr. David Sovine, excuse me, and Principal Mr. Tom Gardner. Next is Tara Martins, Wycomico County Teacher of the Year. Ms. Martins is the math intervention teacher at West Salisbury Elementary School, where she writes contemporary songs connecting music with math for her students. Ms. Martin co-chairs both the instructional and leadership team and the family engagement committee. Ms. Martins initiated a grade 1 to 2 Title I summer tutoring program, worked for Home Hospital, and tutored students experiencing homelessness under a direct initiative. She was honored with the McEducator Award of Excellence. Ms. Martins is here with her local superintendent, Dr. Micah Stauffer, and Principal Mr. Kamadi Benz. Next is Ms. Jamie Ridgely, Worcester County Teacher of the Year. Ms. Ridgely teaches literacy enrichment and technology education classes at Stephen Decatur Middle School. Community, voice, choice, and reflection are cornerstones of her student-centered classroom where students share their creative voices within and beyond the classroom walls. She's a 21-year veteran teacher and serves as an adjunct professor, school improvement team member, Worcester lead teacher, peer mentor, professional development facilitator, and after-school sponsor for book club tutoring and Dungeons and Dragons. Ms. Ridgely is here with her principal, Ms. Lynn Barton. Okay, can I have all the teachers stand? Now that you've had your exercise for the day, Mr. Crawford, Mr. Chaudhry, and other board members, do you have anything else you would like to add?
I'd like to give the board members an opportunity to comment or whatever. Ms. McCusker?
You are in for the most wonderful year of your life as a member of the Teacher of the Year program. You are going to make lifelong friendships with amazing colleagues. You're going to see all the different corners of our wonderful state, schools all over the state, and have so many enriching experiences. Embrace the friendships because they will last the rest of your lives. Enjoy it. Get a really good substitute. And seriously, take advantage of every minute because it is an absolutely fantastic year. Congratulations on being such amazing educators and representing your counties with great pride and grace. Enjoy.
Ms. Morrow?
I just want to take a moment on behalf of parents, families, students, thank you for the work that you put in and the time and effort that it takes.
Thank you. Thank you. Else? Again, want to just thank you so much for what you are doing. You are making a difference in the lives of young people. The interesting thing about this is a lot of the times we don't even have a clue as to how much impact we actually have on someone's life. Some comments, some encouragement that you have provided, perhaps at a time when a student was feeling a little bit down, and just sometimes just a smile just reassures them that somebody cares and somebody believes in them. And again, we just thank you for everything that you do. And again, just wish you the very best. And as Ms. McCusker said, take advantage of the opportunity, get the maximum amount of benefit out of this. And again, we couldn't be more pleased with you and more excited and proud for you and your families. And thank your families for you. In order to do what you do, there's a sacrifice that the families pay. So if you would thank your families, and we appreciate them. Again, thank you so much. Okay, great.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you. Teachers?
Superintendent, we're running a little bit ahead of schedule. Do you want to try to maybe do one or so of the Comar matters? Is that something that we could do? We can, I don't know. Why don't we just take a quick break and then we come back? Let's take a 10-minute break and then we come back, and then we'll figure out, give the superintendent an opportunity to check.
Well, let's start over. I think.
Struggling with his iPad.
It's not opening the attachments. I'm
Are
logged
they
out.
below?
Can I log
No,
you out?
you can log me out.
They're not below.
They're to the side, there's the icon, but it won't open.
Okay, let's go to settings. And I think instead of guest,
Oh, okay, great. Okay. We're excited about receiving the interim report and getting comments. We're particularly excited to have the AIB. Chair Leggett is here with us, and I think there may be one or two other AIB board members who are present. We enjoy our opportunities to be with the chair. We get to, it's probably about time to, sometime this summer, to go out and catch lunch again at some point. So we're looking forward to that. We're going to give the superintendent and team an opportunity to present, and I'm going to turn to Chair Leggett first and to any of the AIB members to be able to ask questions or to make comments. We probably will do at least one more of these. Is that right, Superintendent Chaudhary, before the final report is done?
We'll probably do a couple. I'll try to, my goal is to fit in as many as I can leading up to the final report, and then we'll do a few
So there'll
more
be future opportunities.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Okay.
I mean, this is something we need to remain sustained focus on. Yeah.
Okay. And if I seem just a bit preoccupied, I have I'm having cataract surgery tomorrow, and I've been playing telephone tag with the surgical unit in terms of the time. So Ms. Halley will appreciate it that one of the benefits I'm hoping to get from this is to be able to locate my golf ball. So yeah, okay. So if I step out to take a call, it's so that I can get this time for the surgical arrangement. And we also have Mr. Robinson. Welcome, sir. I think you're a new member? I am. Okay, so we're excited about having you come. And why don't we just dive right in? And I see that I just missed a call with them. I'm going to step out and see if I can call them back, and I'll be right back. But Dr. Getty will more than adequately fill in for me, right?
Sure.
Okay.
You want me to take? I will take the baton. Welcome everyone. So last month we presented to you our exploratory study findings. We commissioned 2 studies. One we are statutorily obligated to commission, and we commissioned a short-term study with University of Maryland's Mark Center, and we presented those findings last month to you. And we are excited to share with you the interim findings of the long-term study. So the interim report will go live today. We wanted to use the state board meeting to do that. And so I'm going to call up the team. Come on up, guys. Don't be shy. And they are been hard at work. We have our lead researcher, Jordan, from the American Institute of Research, who is the organization that the department contracted with to do this long-term study. We have Matt Duque, who's our director of research. Matt's going to open up, just reminding everyone again of what the intent and goal is of this study, right? It's going to be one of the most important things we do as a state, which is setting a new CCR standard. And once we set that standard, other things begin to change around it. And that's not a bad thing, but the question is, what are we going to set the standard on, and are those the right changes that we want changing around it? And so Matt's going to give the opener on just the 101 again, because we want to make sure that it's not just a meeting for us today, it's the meeting for the public to be able to take in and remind them on what we're doing here when it comes to setting the new Blueprint College and Career Readiness Standard. With that, Matt, I'll have you take it away.
Thank you. So as you may remember, the Blueprint calls for a clear definition of college and career readiness. And to that end, MSD commissioned 2 studies, the exploratory study, which we presented at last month's meeting, and the long-term study, for which the interim report you'll hear about today. So the state board can update the long-term CCR standard, but not until the research study is completed. while the study is being conducted, all agreements and the interim CCR standard are still in effect. To remind you that what is the current CCR interim standard, it's based on English and math high school tests, the state MCAT. So students have to score level 3 or 4 on both the English 10 and then either the Algebra 1, Algebra 2, or Geometry exam. There's also an option for a score on the math SAT. What are the requirements of the study? There are 2 parts to the long-term study. One is a quantitative study, and the second is a qualitative standards alignment study. So the quantitative study is going to look at the validity of the interim standard in predicting post-secondary success and explore what some additional measures could be used to increase that validity. The second part is a content and alignment study, which covers a few different things. One is a deep content analysis of the skills and knowledge needed to succeed in entry-level courses and post-secondary training, as well as focus groups for a wide range of stakeholders. Also going to look at what are some of the top performing educational systems in the country and throughout the world around this notion of college and career readiness. Quick timeline. This started about a year ago with a request for proposals. AIR was chosen and the contract was approved in November. Work began in December with a kickoff meeting. And we've already shared the exploratory study, of course, with AIR. They've been working with the Longitudinal Data System Center to use the data for this study. And while we have this interim report, there'll be an interim report also for the content and alignment, standards alignment study. The final report is due to the Governor, General Assembly, MSDE, as well as AIB before September 1st. Lastly, I'd just like to point out the stakeholder engagement we have and will be doing for this study. The first phase is prior to the study. Along with AIR, MSD has engaged stakeholders in the design, and that's including Maryland Higher Education Commission, Association of Community Colleges, University System of Maryland, and others. The second phase of the engagement is during the study. As I mentioned, there are focus groups with K-12, as well as higher ed and workforce around their perceptions and experiences in college and career readiness. And then lastly, after we released this interim report, the next interim report, as well as the final study, we'll hold virtual listening sessions with various stakeholders to get their feedback on the results. So with that, I'll turn it over to Jordan to present the study.
Great. Thank you for the opportunity to present the interim findings today. I'm Jordan Rickles. I'm the project director for the study at American Institutes for Research. And while I'm up here talking, there's a host of people on our team that made this work possible and are continuing to work on this study. So I just want to acknowledge some of them on the slide there. So here's an overview of what I plan to go over today. First, I just want to give a brief overview of the full study, the scope of the full study, to help put these preliminary findings into a little bit of context. Then spend a little extra time going over what our actual approach was for this interim report. And then we'll get into the findings, the preliminary findings from that report. And then we'll talk about some limitations and next steps. And then hopefully we'll have some questions and discussion around all of that. So again, let me just quickly give you a sense of the full scope of the study. We have really 2 main components of the study. There's the predictive validity analysis, which was the focus of the interim report that we just completed in April. And the main goal of this analysis is to see how well the interim CCR standard predicts post-secondary progress and whether there are ways to improve upon the interim CCR standard. And then we have the content and standards alignment analysis, which will be the focus of an interim report that will be due in June. The main goal of this analysis is to identify where there's alignment and gaps between Maryland's K-12 standards and the post-secondary expectations. And then we'll work to put everything together into a final report that will get to MSDE in August. And throughout this process, we're holding weekly meetings with MSDE to provide updates on our progress and discuss any important decisions that need to be made along the way. In terms of the content and standards alignment analysis, there are three main activities going on. First, there's the work focused on creating an inventory of course requirements for English, math, and science courses at Maryland community colleges. This involves reviewing publicly available information and collecting course syllabi from community college faculty. The Maryland Higher Education Commission is helping us with this outreach effort. Thank you. And then second, we have the focus groups with different stakeholder groups to get their input about expectations for college and career readiness, as well as potential sources of bias. And this work includes conducting 5 focus groups with faculty at Maryland 2- and 4-year colleges, 2 focus groups with workforce representatives, and 1 focus group with K-12 representatives. And this work was supported by a number of different Maryland organizations, and they're listed here as collaborators. And third, we use the information we're gathering to develop a conceptual framework that articulates post-secondary readiness expectations across Maryland. There's 2 additional pieces to the content and alignment analysis. There's a review of top performing education systems to see how they address college and career readiness, and there's a review of bias in assessments. And taken all together, this analysis will identify where there's alignment and gaps between Maryland's K-12 standards and post-secondary expectations. So now let's turn to the predictive validity analysis. Again, which
Jordan, can you keep your bullets coming when you are talking? And
Sure.
Yeah, because that's not queuing up the way
Sorry.
it is.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, thank you.
So starting with a quick overview of what we did for the interim report and what we are working on adding for the final report. I'll go into more detail about what went into the interim report in just a minute, but first I just want to give you a very brief overview of the full scope. So we have to start by defining the students to include in the analysis. For the interim report, we focused on students who attended a Maryland high school in 10th grade and attended a Maryland college or university the fall after their expected high school graduation. And we consider this our main student group of interest. For the final report, we're working to extend the analysis to examine students who did not attend a Maryland college. In particular, we're looking at students who attended college outside of Maryland and students who did not attend college that fall right after expected high school graduation. Then we have to determine which high school measures of college and career readiness to examine. For the interim report, we focused on measures that are part of the interim CCR standard, as well as high school GPA and PSAT scores. For the final report, we're working to include measures of advanced course success and technical and career and technical education coursework. Third, we have to determine how to measure post-secondary progress, which we need to assess how well the CCR standard aligns with actual college and career readiness. So for the interim report, we focused on credits earned and GPA in that first year of college. And for the final report, we're working to include measures of college retention and persistence and measures of workforce participation. And then all these data are coming from the Maryland Longitudinal Data System Center, and we use data as far back as the 2011-12 school year up to the 21-22 school year. And the data used has been approved by the MLDS Governing Board and reviewed by the MLDS Research and Policy Board. And we've been in regular communications with the MLDS Center staff throughout the study. So with that overview, I'd just like to now spend a little more time going into the details of what we did for the predictive validity analysis for the interim report in particular. And my hope is that by spending a little more time on this approach, it'll make it easier for everybody to understand the results when we get to those. So we included 5 student cohorts in the study, and that's defined based on the year they entered high school and their expected high school graduation year. And our main focus, again, was on students who were in a Maryland public high school at the end of their second year, or what should be at the end of grade 10. And that's what the green boxes on the slide highlight. And this includes over 300,000 students, and about 85% of those students went on to graduate from high school on time. We followed these students through what should be their first post-secondary year, and that's what the gold box highlights on the slide. In that first post-secondary year, we defined an initial post-secondary pathway for each student based on where they were in the fall semester. So we classified students into one of 6 pathways. Only a handful of students were in the non-Maryland 2-year college pathway, so we don't include that pathway in our reporting. Just over half of the students attended some type of college in the fall after their 4th year of high school. And again, it's important to keep in mind that the main predictive validity analysis focused on students who attended a Maryland college, because that's where we have credit and GPA data for these colleges only. And a little over a third of the students in our grade 10 sample attended a Maryland college the fall after their 4th year of high school. Our next task after defining the student sample was to define the high school measures of CCR that we were going to use in the analysis. We wanted to define as many potential measures of CCR at both the grade 10 time point and the grade 12 time point. Missing or incomplete data was a concern for a lot of the measures, so we ended up focusing on 4 measures defined at the grade 10 time point. First, we looked at English 10 and Algebra 1 state assessment scores, again, which are the focus of the interim CCR standard. The interim standard also includes geometry and Algebra 2 and SAT math, but very few students took those tests even by grade 12. And then second, we looked at the PSAT composite score, which was more commonly available than the SAT scores, and we believe provides a pretty good gauge for how helpful any of the national tests like PSAT, SAT, or ACT would be for a CCR standard. And third, we looked at a student's overall cumulative high school GPA. We also looked at GPA for just academic courses and GPA for what we called core academic courses, which were English, math, science, and social studies. All 3 versions of the GPA were very highly correlated with each other, so for simplicity, we decided to just focus on the overall GPA. And then we sought to examine the predictive validity of the interim CCR standard, which includes performance on English and math. And while I said in the previous slide, I said we just focus on English 10 and Algebra 1 state scores, for the purposes of defining who met the interim CCR standard, we did include Algebra 2 and geometry and SAT math scores so that we can accurately follow the definitions of the interim CCR standard. And then we tested 3 alternative CCR standards. For each of the alternatives, a student could meet the standard based on the interim CCR standard criteria or in a different way. For the first alternative, a student can meet the standard on the interim CCR standard criteria or with a PSAT score of at least 1,000. And this lets us examine the utility of using the PSAT or a highly related measure like the SAT. The second alternative includes a way to meet the standard by having an overall GPA of at least 3.0. And again, this lets us examine the utility of having high school GPA in the standard. And the third alternative includes a way to meet the standard using both PSAT or high school GPA. And this lets us examine the utility of having both PSAT and GPA together in the standard, along with what's in the interim CCR standard. And as a reminder, we define whether a student met these different standards at the end of their second year of high school. If a student does not have data for a particular criterion, then the student cannot meet that standard based on the criterion. So for example, if a student does not have an English 10 test score, that student cannot meet this interim CCR standard. Here's a visual just to better understand what we're talking about in terms of the interim versus the alternative standards. First is the interim standard, where students have to meet both the English and math test scores or test thresholds. For the first alternative, students can meet the standard based on the English and math thresholds, or they don't have to meet those. If they don't meet those, they can meet the standard by scoring at least 1,000 on the PSAT. The second alternative has a similar option, but instead of being able to meet based on the PSAT, a student can meet the standard by having a GPA of at least 3.0. And then the third alternative is an option that provides 3 ways to meet the standard: by meeting the English and math test threshold, meeting the PSAT threshold, or meeting the GPA threshold. To assess the predictive validity of the standards, we had to compare them to how students actually did in their first year of college. And so this requires us to define what it means to make adequate post-secondary progress. We examined 2 measures of post-secondary progress for the interim report: the number of college credits accumulated over that first year, and college GPA in that first year. For credit accumulation, we looked at whether a student earned at least 12 credits or earned at least 15 credits in their first semester. And the 12 credit benchmark aligns with the federal financial aid criteria for making satisfactory academic progress. And the 15 credit benchmark aligns with how many credits a student should earn each semester for on-time graduation. We also looked at whether a student had at least 24 or at least 30 credits over the first 2 semesters, fall and spring. For the post-secondary GPA, we looked at benchmarks of at least 2.0, 2.5, and 3.0. The 2.0 GPA benchmark is used to determine satisfactory academic progress for federal financial aid purposes. And for the ease of presentation, we focused on progress in the fall semester, and we put particular emphasis on the 2 benchmarks that align with the federal financial aid criteria. Again, that's earning at least 12 credits and having a GPA of 2.0. So with the CCR standards and post-secondary progress benchmarks defined, we can conduct a classification analysis to see how well a CCR standard could correctly classify students as college ready or not college ready. Our assumption here is that if a student met a post-secondary progress benchmark, they really were college ready. And if a student did not meet a post-secondary progress benchmark, they really were not college ready. With this approach, students are classified into one of 4 groups, as depicted on the graphic here in the slide. The 2 blue boxes in the graphic represent when a CCR standard correctly classifies students, and the 2 gray boxes represent when a CCR standard misclassifies students. And I have some slides that follow on this one that'll go into this in a little more detail. But from this, we can calculate an accuracy rate, which is the percentage of students who are correctly classified. And we can also look at some other metrics to help us understand where the misclassification might be a problem. The sensitivity rate can help us understand if the standard puts too many kids in that upper left box, meaning we are incorrectly saying a student is not ready when they really are ready. The specificity rate can help us understand if the standard puts too many kids in that bottom right box, meaning we are incorrectly saying a student is ready when they really are not ready. And again, I'll try to make this a little more concrete here on the next set of slides. What constitutes a high or low accuracy rate really depends on the context, regarding how the standard will be used to inform practice and decision-making. But if you do want a rough rule of thumb for thinking about the results, 70% is often thrown out there as kind of a general rule of thumb for what would constitute a good or high accuracy rate. So to better understand this approach and how it can help us think about the validity of a CCR standard, I just want us to consider a simplified hypothetical case first, where we're going to use a state test score to determine whether a student is college ready or not college ready. The graph on the slide has state test score on the horizontal or x-axis. And we're going to determine whether a student really was college ready based on how many college course credits they earned in that first semester of college. And the graph has college credits earned on the vertical or y-axis. So now we can look at how this plays out for 10 students, where we know their state test score in high school and how many credits they earned in their first semester of college. If we define the CCR standard as having a score of at least 750 on the state test, we put this vertical line here, and that represents students to the right. There's 4 students to the right of the line, we would say met the CCR standard, and there are 6 students to the left of the line that we would say did not meet the CCR standard. And then if we define adequate post-secondary progress as earning at least 12 credits, which we've now put a horizontal light blue line there at 12 credits, we've identified students who truly were ready, that's the 6 students above that line, and the students who truly were not ready, the 4 students below that line. And now we have students grouped into 4 quadrants, which we can use to assess how well the CCR standard worked. Down at the bottom left, we have 3 kids who are correctly classified as not college ready because they scored below the state test threshold and they did not meet the college credits benchmark. Up in the top right, we have 3 kids who are correctly classified as college ready because they scored above the state threshold, test threshold, and met the college credits benchmark. Then in the in the top left quadrant, we have 3 kids who are misclassified as not college ready. While they scored below the state test threshold, they did demonstrate post-secondary progress. And in the bottom right, we have 1 student who is misclassified as college ready. This is a student who scored above the state test threshold, but earned fewer than 12 credits. So with this information, we can calculate the standard's accuracy rate, which is 60% because 6 of the 10 kids or students were correctly classified. We can also calculate the sensitivity rate, which focuses on the students that are just in the top 2 quadrants. And this is 50% because 3 of the 6 students that truly were college ready were correctly classified. And the specificity rate focuses on the students in the 2 bottom quadrants. And that's 75% because 3 of the 4 students who truly were not college ready were correctly classified. So if we look at this hypothetical example, we might conclude that the standard is too stringent because there's too many kids getting classified as not college ready when they really are. In other words, the sensitivity rate is too low. One solution to this problem could be to lower the standard's threshold for college readiness. So here's what happens if we set the standard to a score of 725 instead of 750. This opened the door for 2 students to move from the top left quadrant, which is a misclassification, to the top right quadrant, which is a correct classification. And the sensitivity rate goes up to about 83%. There is a trade-off to this move, though. If you look at the bottom right quadrant, you can see that we now have 2 students misclassified as college ready when we used to only have 1. So as a result, the specificity rate decreased to 50%. We can do a similar thought exercise to think about what happens if we raise the bar for what it means to make adequate post-secondary progress. In this case, here we've raised the bar from 12 college credits to 15 credits. And now you can see that we've raised the bar so high that only a few students truly make adequate post-secondary progress, and the CCR standard of 750 looks pretty good. It correctly puts a lot of students in the bottom left group of not college ready. And so with that background and context, I think we're ready to jump into those preliminary findings. Okay. I want to just start by giving you, oh, sure.
Yes.
I just want a clarification. So if I'm a student and I'm unable to get the requisite number of credits, so if I had an accident or if there was some other trauma involved that isn't indicating whether I was prepared or not, do you adjust for that?
I wish we could. We don't really have information in the data to really account for that. So that's one of the reasons when we're thinking about how many college credits to set as the threshold. So 15 would be what you'd want students to be accumulating each semester to graduate on time. But we set it at 12, one, because there's a federal policy that kind of backs that up. But two, trying to recognize that not every student is going to have the opportunity to really take a full course load, or they may be working at the same time and may not be expected to take a full course load. But that's a level of detail of information I wish we had, but we're not really able to account for that.
When you look at students that are in that lower right quadrant, if you could limit it just to that student population, is there a potential for some type of follow-up question to that population?
So, I mean, that would be it's kind of outside the purview of this study, but I think that's a great idea if we really wanted to dig into this some more, to get the student experience in much more detail by talking to them would be a great next step if we could do that.
Yeah, I just worry about us setting the numbers, it's a small population relatively that you're using in the study, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's a relative question.
right.
It's 300,000 students over.
That's a large
five
Oh, I thought,
cohorts. So
okay, I had the population size wrong. Okay, thank you, that's helpful.
I'd like to turn to Chair Leggett to ask questions and to poll his members. I believe Dr. Doss has joined us as well. Dr. Doss, are you there?
I am here. Thank you.
All righty. Chair Leggett, please.
Thank you for inviting us, Chair Crawford. This is a collaboration, an opportunity for us to work jointly together in order to achieve what I think is an outstanding objective for the state of Maryland. I have a couple of questions. First of all, I would hope that at some point, a little bit later on, we will have an opportunity for members of the AIB to meet with consultants to, in fact, go through some of the findings as well. Sure. Because they may have some additional questions. I'm also here with Justin Robinson, a teacher in Prince George's County, National Board certified teacher, I may say, and recently added to the board. There are two questions that I have. The challenge that we have here is that we are taking something that is quite new and unique, not only here in Maryland, but throughout the entire United States. And the General Assembly and others have provided a potential roadmap of how we are to make these substantial changes. The problem that I see developing goes back to the last category of students who are either in one of the four different sections that you've and it goes this way. If we all of a sudden are remarkably have a substantial increase of those students who are qualified, or at least indicated as college or career ready, and that is not something for which the public, the educators and others are clearly in line with, the first response is, we move the goalpost. Now, I don't mind moving the goalposts if I can justify substantially that what we've suggested is in fact reality. And when we do not have the quantitative analysis associated with that, it gives me somewhat of a pause. That's a real concern. that all of a sudden we've started a new blueprint with a great emphasis on what we're doing in Maryland, and miraculously, the students that are in a number that far exceed what we've had in the past. So give me the numbers again of before and after based on your analysis that are potentially, with the changes that you've suggested, that would now be classified as college career ready. Because I missed that last number and you sort of flipped the chart a little too fast and the problem seeing it quite as well there.
Well, we're
Go
about
back to
to
that
jump
chart.
into the findings, Chair Leggett, which is going to give you that simulation. He was just giving you the theoretical concept of what happens if you move things around. What he was running is using the test-based standard that the blueprint wrote in, showing that the cut score actually limits the number of students who can get in and be successful. Right now, he's about to give you the analysis based on the 300,000 student sample size within the parameters of if we ran an alternative measure, added in other measures, what would happen to the number. So you're going to get to see that. Right now.
I understand that, but based on what you've already presented, it showed a significant increase if you alter that, right?
Okay, what I was showing, I want to be very clear, what I was showing up until this point was a hypothetical example just to illustrate the issues that we're dealing with. I'm going to get into right now the actual numbers from the analysis of the 300,000 students.
Okay. I'll wait till then.
But yeah, so I do want to, we want to get into what you're discussing because you're hitting an important point.
Jump into the findings.
Are there any other comments from the AIB members, and then we'll take questions or comments from the board? Okay. Dr. Wilcox
thank
and
you.
then Ms. McCusker.
Thank you for your presentation. The one group that's missing for me that I think is a really important group, and maybe you're going to get to this, but it's the group of disconnected youth. And they're kids who are 16 through 19 years old who are not engaged in education or employment or training of any type. And in Maryland, about 10% of kids in Baltimore in that age group are disconnected. In Maryland, it's about 6%. But those are young people that aren't represented in these data, but critically important to figure out what happened with them and how to better engage them.
Absolutely. One thing, so this interim report did focus on students who went on to enroll in a Maryland college. They fall after expected high school graduation. For the final report, we are looking into students who did not go to any college, that fall after their fourth year of high school. And we deliberately are focusing on students at that grade 10 time point so that hopefully we'll at least capture students that were in school up to grade 10 and then become disconnected, as opposed to just focusing on high school graduates where we might miss those students.
Ms. McCusker.
I think in a similar vein as to what Dr. Wilcox was saying, when we do future data, when we're looking right now, the current benchmarks for post-secondary progress are all based on college GPA and college success. And I would just like to point out and remind that it's a CCR, Standard College and Career Ready. So we don't have a way that we're including the success of students who are going straight into the world of work or into possibly a trade school that is leading them to a career, that we're sort of limiting this to college. So when we take a look at further analysis, I know that isn't this current study you did, but when we dig deeper and do more study, I would like to see us include measures of success for students who do something other than college afterwards, career school, kids who go into HVAC, kids who go straight into work. Perhaps they've graduated already with some of their credentials because they did a tech program during high school. I would like to see if we can find a way to look at their success as well.
Absolutely, and we're actively working on that right now.
Thank you.
Chair Crawford.
Please. Yes.
Hi, this is Dr. Dawson. I'm not
Yes,
sure if
please,
you can
Dr.
hear me.
Please.
Thank you so much, and good morning to everyone. I do have just a few questions, and thank you also for sharing this report and this information with us. I have a question concerning the participation and engagement of some of the stakeholders, especially, well, with both, when we're talking about the qualitative content analysis and the predictive analysis. On one of the slides, it showed that the higher percentage of students attended a public two-year college. And so with that, and that's community colleges, I'm going to assume, what was done to engage the community college in the studies? And I noticed when I came in a little late, so I apologize. There was something about a focus group with some of the stakeholders and maybe MHEC coordinating, but I missed anything about community colleges. Can you clarify?
Sure, and so the community colleges were part of that, the outreach in terms, and the focus groups. We conducted focus groups with both community colleges and the four-year Maryland University faculty. So they were included in that, and MHEC has been involved in that too.
Okay, and with any of the other focus groups, do we have specific engagement of community colleges, their faculty, anything like that?
The 5 focus groups included the faculty of the community colleges.
Okay, all right. And there is there is an intent, I'm assuming again, to continue to engage the community colleges, because I see that, and we know that most of the students are attending community colleges, at least according to your data.
Do you want to talk about the outreach?
Yes, prior to the study, also MSD and American Institutes of Research met with MHEC as well as the Maryland Association of Community Colleges. And we will continue to do so with the release of each report.
Okay, all right, thank you. And then another question, and we're talking about using grades and GPA and alternative measures for college readiness. I really do appreciate looking at all of this comprehensively and in different ways and means that we can define CCR, and that we can make sure that our students are identified correctly as far as being college ready. And I know there are certain groups of students who we want to make sure that we give them every opportunity to be defined as college ready. But I do have a concern, and I don't even know if you can answer this. This is just a concern. When we include grades and we include GPA and so forth, is there a potential that there may be grade inflation, particularly if a specific grade is set as maybe a gateway course or a gateway, post-CCR program? Have you encountered that, or has that been thought about, that there may be some changes in how we define grades?
So we are looking into the extent to which high school GPA is predictive of post-secondary progress, and how that relationship might differ across schools and LE and local education association or agencies, which we're hoping will give us a sense of whether there are, pockets where GPA seems to not be as predictive as in other places. But overall, what we're finding is GPA seems to be as predictive, if not more predictive, than test scores. So while there may be grade inflation, it doesn't seem to be affecting, kind of on average, the importance of it for determining whether how well a student does when they go into college. Mm-hmm. And that's consistent with a lot of other research that's come out too across the country.
Mm-hmm. All right, and
but
then
we are
my
looking
last
into it some more.
is concerning the courses. Well, we have, when you compare students going into college and taking the 12 credits and so forth, those courses, they were all academic courses, credit courses. Did you have any information on the specific types of courses?
So they were all credit-bearing courses. We did restrict it to credit-bearing courses. We have not focused it in on specific subjects. We are still looking into the feasibility of kind of focusing on math and English courses specifically. But right now, it's all community college, all credit-bearing community college courses go into those calculations.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
One thing, we were in Washington County this fall, and we had an opportunity to hear from students that were at one of the career tech centers. And one student talked about his experience, and I feel for the poor superintendent. I think he almost died. We asked him, "Do you like school?" or something to that effect. And he said, "I hate school." But what had happened was, until he got into a trade, and it seemed to turn everything around. So if you look, perhaps, my guess is if you looked at his GPA or his attendance pre-engagement, it may look very different. So I'm just, again, as we think about it, sometimes what we see, especially on the career side, is perhaps students who are just for whatever reason may not see the educational setting being as relevant to them, so they may disengage. So just want to think about how we make sure we don't lose those children as well.
Yep, absolutely. We're looking into that, and one of the next steps is looking at the career and technical education coursework as well.
Okay.
And the workforce outcomes. Yeah.
All right. Oh, Ms. Chang.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. So far, I do have 2 observations and 1 comment. Yeah, for the slide 15, yeah, you have those alternatives layout. For alternative number 3, we're looking at the English and math, and then we're looking at the PSAT, and then the next tier is the high school GPA. Is it possible that there are some reasoning behind that to have that sequence, or that sequence can be changed, like between the PSAT and the GPA?
Yeah, the sequence actually, the way we set it up right now, it doesn't matter because it's just an or. So they can be, the arrangement doesn't particularly matter in this case. They can meet, just think about it as they can meet based on the state test scores or PSAT or GPA. And you can arrange those in any way you like at this point. We're definitely open to thinking about other alternatives we should be looking at, and we will be, looking at other alternatives for the final report. But if there are specific constructions of the standard you think would be important to look at, that would be important information for us to get sooner rather than later. Yeah.
Thank you, because looking at the flow chart, the reader is a little bit confusion about the sequence. And the other observation is about the hypothetical illustration of the classification analysis. You have moved the post-secondary progress benchmark from 12 credits to 15, and moved the CCR standard from the 750 to 725. Is it a scenario we can move both?
Sure, absolutely, yeah. Yeah.
I'd like to see the different kind of options there.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All righty, please.
Great. So let's really focus in on the findings now. There's 2 big takeaways that are on this slide for the interim report, which has to do with the potential benefit of including high school GPA in the CCR standard instead of just having the criteria that are in the interim standard. So first, just looking at the top 2 bars, we see that more students can meet the CCR standard if the GPA option is included. With the CCR standard, 40% of the students met the standard. And then with the alternative, that includes high school GPA, 64% of the students would meet the standard. And then second, and I think more importantly, More students will be correctly classified as college ready or not college ready if the GPA option is included. The interim standard has an accuracy rate of 65%. And then the alternative has with high school GPA has an accuracy rate of 75%. I do want to note that what we're showing here on this slide is based on the post-secondary progress benchmark of at least 12 credits. And we can get into what it means to if we raise that to 15 credits or have a different definition of post-secondary progress. So now we can dig into the results a little more. And I just want to start with results specifically for the interim CCR standard. So here on this slide, we're showing how many students met the interim standard at the end of their second year of high school. So what should be their end of grade 10 year. For the full sample of students, all students that were in a Maryland public high school at the end of grade 10, only 30% of the students met the standard. And you can see how those percentages break out by the different college type that they attended. And then in the last row at the bottom, you can see of students who did not go on to any college that fall after their fourth year of high school, only 12% of the students met the interim CCR standard. Again, still just looking at the interim standard, this slide shows the accuracy rates by initial post-secondary pathway when predicting college credits in the fall after a student's fourth year of high school. And we do it by whether they earned at least 12 credits or whether they earned at least 15 credits. Across all students who attended a Maryland college, the accuracy rate is 65% if we use the 12 credits as the benchmark, and 70% if we use 15 credits as the benchmark. And for each of the different post-secondary pathways, you can see how the accuracy rate of the interim standard looks better if we use the more stringent definition of post-secondary progress. Here on this next slide, we're showing the accuracy rate when predicting college GPA instead of college credits. Again, in the fall, that first fall after their fourth year of high school. As with the previous slide, you can see that the accuracy rates look better with a more stringent definition of post-secondary progress. And the accuracy rate is lower when using college GPA instead of college credits as a definition of post-secondary progress. And this is particularly true if we focus in on the students that attended a Maryland two-year college. So we can go back to that 4 classification group framework to dig a little deeper into what the accuracy rate means, along with what the sensitivity and specificity rates mean. So looking more closely at this can help us think through why the accuracy rate depends on how we define the post-secondary progress benchmark. What we're showing here is what percentage of students fall within each of the 4 classification groups. Again, just using the interim standard, and here using a post-secondary progress benchmark of at least 12 college credits. The 2 blue boxes represent students who are correctly classified as college ready or not college ready. And these 2 percentages make up the accuracy rate. So this is how we get an accuracy rate of 65%. The 2 gray boxes represent students who are misclassified using the interim CCR standard. So 29% of the students were deemed not college ready by the standard, but they actually were college ready based on our post-secondary progress benchmark. 6% of the students were deemed college ready by the interim standard, but they actually were not college ready based on the post-secondary progress benchmark. And we can see that the interim standard does a relatively poor job identifying students who were college ready, but a pretty good job identifying students who really were not college ready. And looking at the sensitivity and specificity rates makes this more apparent. The sensitivity rate focuses on how well we can correctly classify students who were college ready. In this case, the interim CCR standard is just a little better than a coin flip, correctly classifying 55% of the students who truly were college ready. And this is where the interim standard seems to be falling a little short. when it comes to accurately predicting college and career readiness. In this case, the interim standard does pretty well, correctly classifying 83% of the students who truly were not college ready. So now we can turn to comparing the three alternative standards to the interim standard. Here we're looking at the percentage of students who met the CCR standard based on the different standard definitions. As a reminder, the alternative 1 is a standard that includes PSAT, alternative 2 includes high school GPA, and alternative 3 includes both PSAT and high school GPA. The main point here is that standards with high school GPA have a higher percentage of students who get deemed college and career ready than standards without high school GPA. For example, if we look at the second row of students, those are the students that attended a Maryland college. 40% met the interim standard, and 64% would have met the standard if high school GPA of at least 3.0 was an option. Now we're looking at the accuracy rates for predicting at least 12 college credits. And we see that standards that include high school GPA have higher accuracy rates than standards without high school GPA. For example, if we'll just look at the top row, that's for students who attended any Maryland college. The interim standard correctly classifies 65% of the students, while a standard with high school GPA correctly classifies 75% of the students. Two other things to really point out here. First is the jump in accuracy rate is really the case among four-year colleges. So for students who go to a two-year college, the accuracy, you can see that the accuracy rate is about the same across the different CCR standards definitions. The second thing to point out is that the accuracy rate for alternative 1, which is the standard that includes PSAT, is not that different from the accuracy rate for the interim standard. Also, there's very little difference in the accuracy rate between alternative 2 and alternative 3. And so this is suggesting that PSAT does not add much information beyond the state test scores and high school GPA, which is one of the reasons we, for the overall takeaways, really just focus on that alternative 2 that includes high school GPA. If we look at predicting college GPA of at least 2.0, we see that even among the two-year college students, accuracy rates are better when including high school GPA in the CCR standard. Again, looking at the second row, which is for students who attended a two-year college, the accuracy rate goes from 51% with the interim standard to 64% for a standard with high school GPA. If we go back to that classification group framework, we can see how including high school GPA in the CCR standard improves the sensitivity rates, which again is correctly classifying students who truly are college ready. And does this by reducing the percentage of students that are in that top left quadrant. So on the left are the classifications based on the interim standard, and on the right are the classifications based on a standard with high school GPA. And the sensitivity rate goes from 55% for the interim standard to 81% for the standard with high school GPA. However, the increased sensitivity rate does come at the cost of the specificity rate. So with high school GPA in the standard, our ability to correctly classify students who truly are not college ready goes down a little bit. Now the specificity rate goes from 83% for the interim standard to 64% for the standard with high school GPA. In addition to looking at the results by initial post-secondary pathway, we did report the results for different student groups as well. And I want to highlight some of those findings now. So this table shows the percentage of students who met a particular CCR standard by student group. Across all student groups, including high school GPA in the standard, allows more students to meet the CCR standard. But it is important to note that between group differences in the CCR rates remain regardless of the CCR standard used. And just to highlight a few examples, for black students, the percentage of students who met this interim standard was 13%, and that goes up to 29% if the standard includes high school GPA. This is similar for students in low-income families or families that are eligible for the free and reduced meals program, which is that bottom row. The rates for English learners are especially low for the interim standard, and the same is true for students with disabilities. One reason for this is likely that a lot of these students, the students in these two groups, may not have the opportunities to take the state assessments that define the interim CCR standard, especially by grade 10. Now we're taking a look at the accuracy rates for the different student groups. On this slide, we're looking at each standard's accuracy rate when using 12 college credits as the benchmark for adequate post-secondary progress. The darker shaded cells mark cases where the accuracy rate is at least 70%. So you can see that for most student groups, including high school GPA in the standard, increases the accuracy rate. If we look at the accuracy rate when we use college GPA of at least 2.0 as the benchmark for adequate post-secondary progress, then we see an even more dramatic increase in the accuracy rates for each student group. For example, for students from low-income families, which is that bottom row again, the accuracy rate goes from 49% for the interim standard to 65% for a standard with high school GPA. So when discussing the findings from the interim report, we do want to make sure that we acknowledge the limitations of the analysis. So here's a summary of the main limitations. First, the results are based on what prior student cohorts experienced, and we can't say for certain how well the results will apply to future cohorts. We tried to lessen this concern by including 5 student cohorts, but it's possible factors like the introduction of a CCR standard or changes in other related accountability policies could alter things going forward. Second, we focus on the average results for Maryland college-going students, which may not directly apply to a wide variety of post-secondary situations that Maryland high school students experience. We presented results for different post-secondary pathways and different student groups to gauge the extent to which the results differ across contexts, but there may be a great deal of unexplored variation that we're just not really able to directly address. Third, the analysis is restricted to students who attended college the fall after their 4th year of high school. So for the final report, we are working to look at ways to gauge post-secondary progress for students who go directly into the workforce after high school, as well as students who delay college enrollment. And then fourth, the analysis is restricted to measures available for Maryland public high school students. Most critically, this means we cannot look at performance on the Maryland Comprehensive Assessment Program, or the MCAP, because it's just too new of a test right now. There hasn't been enough time elapsed to allow us to look at performance on the MCAP, particularly at grade 10, and connect that to post-secondary progress. But our assumption is that the MCAP is similar enough to the PARC, which is what was predominantly used during this time period, that we can extrapolate the findings about the PARC to the MCAP. This limitation in data also means that we're not able to examine factors that many people consider important to college and career readiness, such as cognitive strategies and academic behaviors. Fifth limitation is that the analysis is restricted to students with available high school measures of CCR. Overall, this might not be a major concern, but it could have implications for looking at the properties of measures that are not universally required or are uncommon during the first 2 years of high school. In addition, it could have implications for student groups like English learners and students with disabilities who may not have as many opportunities to take the tests that go into the CCR standards. And so that leads us to conclude just with next steps for the predictive validity analysis. Over the next 4 to 6 weeks, we plan to examine additional high school measures of college and career readiness particularly advanced course success like AP and IB course taking, and career and technical education course taking. And we'll test different alternatives to the CCR standard definitions as well. We'll examine additional post-secondary pathways, again, particularly the workforce and delayed college enrollment pathways. We'll further explore how performance of the measures and standards differ across contexts. And we're using some more advanced statistical methods to try to explore optimal ways to incorporate multiple measures into the CCR standard. And with that, I think I can conclude this part of the presentation, and happy to take questions and comments.
Thank you. Chair Leggett?
Thanks.
Yes,
Thanks again for your presentation. Let me go back to the question that I posed a little bit earlier, because it's a very important question in terms of building public buy-in for what we're doing. What essentially changes, if anything, in your predictive analysis between the results? Do we do anything differently, or you analyze anything differently that shows the significant changes in those that qualified across the board? Or were we simply mislabeling people for a substantial period of time?
So what we've done, we've applied kind of the decision rules equally across all the students in the 5 cohorts across all schools, all high schools in Maryland. And just we changed the different criteria that would be allowable for deeming a student college and career ready at the end of 10th grade. So if the definition was solely based on test scores, like the interim standard is set up, then one of the barriers to that are students who don't even have an opportunity to take the tests that go into defining that standard. So a student, for example, who does not have say an English learner is not pegged to take the English 10 state assessment by the end of 10th grade, they are then by definition not going to meet that standard. By adding in something like high school GPA, if that student's demonstrating that they are getting a B average in all of their courses, changing the standard that way would open the door for that student, and we'd say that student is college and career ready.
Wouldn't that be more predictable if we had the qualitative analysis that was part of that assessment at that point?
Can you say a little more about what you mean by the qualitative?
I mean, the predictability is going to be based upon how well students actually perform in their clear understanding of math, English, what have you. So that if we have aligned appropriately the qualitative, the substantive matters associated with that, wouldn't that give us a much more definitive answer about that, or at least a little bit more clear predictability about that?
Yeah, and we're working, that work is going on right now, and so we're gonna, for the final report, we're gonna connect the two pieces.
Well, why would we not do that first?
Well, the timing of the whole process is very condensed, and we just didn't have enough. If we were to wait for that work to conclude, we would not be able to do the predictive validity analysis in time for the September 1 deadline. It's really we were crunched by the September 1 deadline, and that's what dictated a lot of the work. But we're going to work to put that all together for the final report. And if there are things that come out of the qualitative piece, we will go back to the predictive validity piece and keep iterating.
Yeah, I apologize for hitting on this point, but I'm very sensitive to the reaction, potentially, of not being able to clearly explain what we have done differently, or what we see in terms of particular analysis that suggests a clear increase in those kids who are college or career ready, without being able to demonstrate that there's been some substantive change that justifies that. That's a pretty difficult challenge for some people to accept. And we need to think about our credibility as we move toward that. I'm not suggesting that that's wrong. I'm suggesting that that is a huge challenge and a problem for which we have the responsibility to properly explain.
Yeah, and I'll point out two things about that, or hopefully related to that. Even if the state assessments are perfectly aligned with post-secondary expectations, I do want to highlight still two concerns if we're relying solely on the test scores. One is students having the opportunity to take those tests. Two is there are a wide variety of factors that would suggest why some students may not perform as well on a test as they would in some other type of assessment of their content knowledge and ability to perform in college. So
thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for your presentation.
Are there any other members first of the AIB? Yes, Mr. Robinson.
There we go. First of all, thank you for your presentation, and thank you all for the opportunity to collaborate and discuss with you all. I have two thoughts and then a question. My first thought, my AIB colleague, Dr. Doss, raised a point about potential grade inflation. So I guess I'm wondering, could ongoing reflection of, or some measure of continued monitoring identify if high school GPA is no longer a reliable metric? Like in the future, I can understand like right now at this point it's fine because it's not high stakes. But I wonder if like in the future, if that's the path we go, if there's some ongoing metric that can address that. Second thought, I do want to underscore Board Member McCusker's point about college and career readiness. I noticed that in the next steps. So that's something I look forward to hearing more about in the future. But my question is about the slides that you had around two-year institutions, and you were saying that the accuracy rates were poor for both 12 credit and 2.0 GPA. You started talking about the reasons for that. I wonder if you could elaborate a little bit more about why you see that as being, or like why it might be less accurate, and then also what measures could kind of combat that.
Yeah, no, that's a great question. I wish I could tell you definitively why that is. We don't really know, other than kind of the assumption that there's a lot of other factors that go into what make a student ready for at the two-year college level, or what factors go into them actually progressing with credits and GPA, than are really being captured by the measures we have available. It's really an open question, and a little disconcerting too, that the accuracy rates are that low. It's just that, we only have so many measures, and there are lots of different factors that go into what make an individual student successful in college. And that might be playing out a little more at the community college level, when there could be other factors like work and family obligations that come into play a little more than at the four-year college level.
Dr. Doss, did you have a question?
I do. My question is just how does overall, when you wrap everything up that we talked about today, how does the predictive analysis really inform the content analysis that is required to be performed for the blueprint, and then vice versa?
So I can start with the vice versa part. I think that's a little easier to tackle. The content analysis will hopefully help us understand, again, getting back to what was being said before, help us understand whether these test scores are measuring the things that we think should be important to measure for post-secondary progress. The other way around, how the predictive validity analysis is informing the content analysis, it is making us look a little more deeper at not necessarily the content of the tests, but from these focus groups and the other data collection, the syllabi, what is it that college faculty are saying their students should have coming in to make them ready to be successful in their coursework. And there are things that go beyond the content itself.
Yes, I agree with that.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Okay, now we'll come back to board members here in the room. We'll go with Ms. Morrow, Ms. McCusker, Ms. Halley, and was that you, Dr. Michael? Okay, great.
Thank you for all this information today. So my question, and I come at this partly as a class of 2021 parent, so my son is in this group. How does kind of the COVID timeframe, especially for classes of 2020, 2021, how is that either reflected or accounted for, knowing that we've seen other data nationwide that kind of college attendance for those cohorts was not what it had been prior to COVID? So where is that kind of fit in?
Yeah, no, great question. My son's in the data somewhere too, but before the COVID, thankfully, my daughter is in the COVID core. One of the reasons we wanted to look at 5 cohorts and not just focus on the most recent cohorts was because of the potential implications of the pandemic. And we, throughout, are looking to see whether we are seeing differences in results across kind of pre-pandemic cohorts and the more recent cohorts that are affected by the pandemic. In terms of high school graduation, we actually didn't see a big difference. I glossed over it in the slides I showed you about where students were going that fall after, and we do see a slight bump in the percentage of students not going to college in those 2 last cohorts that are really affected by the pandemic. So there is something there, and we're trying to be mindful of it to make sure what we're presenting is not overly influenced by the experiences of the pandemic. But it is kind of, it's going to be an undertone throughout all of this just because of the nature of what it was, or is.
Thank you. And just, again, I wanted to reiterate, because when you said you were going to examine additional post-secondary pathways, you specifically mentioned you're going to look at world of work and look at kids who had a delayed entrance to college. I really encourage us to add post-secondary trade and technical college or schools. College is the wrong word to that, because certainly a significant number of children are attending those institutions as well.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't explicitly. We're working hard to try to find a good way to do that with the data we have. A lot of the data seems to be more recent that lets us do that. So my concern is that for the cohorts we're looking at, the data are a little thin, but we are trying very hard. We recognize the importance of that and are trying to do what we can.
Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. I realize that you're looking at standards for the state of Maryland, and typically when we look at things, we also consider geography. And so I'm wondering if there would be any outliers if we did this slice and dice by LEA.
Yeah, and that's part of when I mentioned next steps is digging into how things differ by context a little more. That is part of it. We're going to look by LEA or regions where the LEAs are a little smaller. But yes, that's definitely on the...
Dr. Michaels.
Thank you for this, to me, what is an excellent presentation, which really guides us through study that we need to be doing on this very important topic. I want to lift as a comment that, we didn't just pick GPA, you didn't just pick GPA out, high school GPA. It's something that is steeped in the evidence and that higher ed has been studying for at least 5 to 10 years as right now probably the leading indicator of student success. So, coming from higher ed, when we talk to student success leaders and faculty, we are finding more and more strong correlation with high school GPA. So I just want to lift it, this is what the evidence is saying, and so I think our role in many ways is going to be, as we lean into this, helping educate the public that this is what is leading. Having a high SAT and a low GPA is not a recipe for success in college. And that is something that I think we really, we as leaders in education need to study, understand, embrace, and educate. So to that effect, I think a couple things that I'll be looking for as we advance. One, I think there is this outstanding question Mr. Robinson, Dr. Doss raised. What happens when we raise the stakes on GPA? Does it change the behavior? Will it change this data? And I'm not on top of it, but I'd love to see if we have any evidence nationally about what happens when GPA, the stakes are raised, and what we know to be the evidence around any unintended consequences. So that would be helpful for me. The second thing is, as we look at additional measures of CCR, I know you wrote this in a report, I just want to lift. Success GPA in the first semester is not college success, right? It's an early indicator, so just as we push on that, I really want to lift, we need to look deeper on that line as well. And just embrace this notion of variation. We need to understand GPA much deeper. It offers great promise, but we need to really study it, as policymakers, to really understand when it is effective and when it is not as a measure. So I just want to thank you. Excellent presentation. We're getting a lot of questions, and I think that's a sign of a good study.
Great, thank you.
Are there any other questions or comments? Okay.
Just last
Please,
comment
yes,
I
sir.
made before. Hopefully, we'll get an opportunity for AIB to have a conversation with you as well, so that we can. I'm sorry. Hopefully, we get an opportunity to have a conversation with you as well, so that we can delve a little bit deeper into some of the questions. But again, thank you for an excellent presentation.
Thank you.
Okay. Absolutely. Okay. Great. This has been very good, very good. Okay, well, what we will do here now is we will, let me look at the schedule here, make sure I have it right. Okay. We will take a break for about 45 minutes. We would invite our AIB colleagues to join us, and then we will return around 1:45. We have a full plate. We're going to talk then about disability, deep dive into the Division of Rehabilitation Services. We have some COMAR matters to address, and then we need to go into executive session. So again, thank you very much. This was very good. Raised a lot of questions, a lot for us to think about, and we'll look at ways to continue to collaborate, because I think it's to our advantage to maximize the collaboration and have the conversations as much as we can. Okay. All righty. Thank you much. Superintendent, I want to just catch up with you for a few minutes after. proceed?
That sounded confident. It was a question.
Maybe we will, maybe we won't. Okay. All righty. Good afternoon, everyone. We are reconvening and look forward to this deep dive into the Division of Rehabilitation Services. So we're looking forward to the discussion.
So I'm really excited to share about DORS. I think it's overdue. I'll start off with the sentence, MSDE is DORS, DORS is MSDE, and it will be while I'm here, and I'll fight to keep it all day, every day, because of the amazing work that they do. So one of the first things when I came, right, everyone's always talking about the school systems, right, and then the childcare providers, and then there's DORS, and so Scott's like, why does the superintendent want to meet with me? The superintendent never wants to meet with me, at least not me. Previously, I'll let him explain that, but he is a division of ours, and they do some of the toughest work in the country, some of the most complex work in the country. They also serve youth, but they also serve Marylanders who are looking to work in inclusive settings. We have everything under DORS. I got to learn a lot about DORS. He knows. I would always tell him, who's doing it better than us? I want to know, because I'm competitive. I got to beat them. And it lives in different places across the country. Some places it lives with the education department, many places labor, other places in some other scenario. It's been with us since the beginning, right? Yeah. And so, and there's a reason for that. The whole idea is to have your special education department work in tandem closely with DORS to do great things for some of our most in need Marylanders. And so I'm excited about him to be able to present. I'm excited about the things that we're doing. I'm excited about where we're going to go next. And one of the key things is a wait list, and you'll understand what we mean by that, and why that wait list exists. So with that, Scott, I'll have you take it away.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Thank you.
There it is. Good afternoon, President Crawford and members of the board. My name is Scott Dennis. I'm the Assistant State Superintendent for the Division of Rehabilitation Services. Today we're going to be covering an overview of the division itself, high level, some of the major programs that we operate, the Disability Determination Services, the Vocational Rehabilitation Program itself, which is actually broken into two separate programs, and we'll go over that, the Vocational Rehabilitation Services and the Pre-Employment Transitioning Services for students. We'll also talk about the challenges and some of the solutions that MSDE, the superintendent, have been working on over the since his tenure. So, next slide. So a little bit about the Division of Rehabilitation Services. As Mr. Chaudhry alluded to, the division, or what was then called the Division of Vocational Rehabilitation Program, was created in 1929. It was created as a part of the Maryland State Department of Education. Interesting fact, the division was started with $15,000 and 2 employees who were responsible for covering the services throughout the entire state. The program at that time, and most of its history, has had a single focus of providing vocational rehabilitation services for individuals with disabilities. At its beginning, they had a single focus of just focusing on individuals with a physical disability. In 1954, with the Social Security Administration, the Disability Determination Services were created, and by law were placed at that time under the auspices of the state VR agencies, in this case, the Division of Vocational Rehabilitation. In the early 1990s, the name of the agency was changed to what it is known as today, the Division of Rehabilitation Services. Today, our budget is over $132,349,000. We have a staff now of over 658. of which 592 are full-time PENs and 66 contractual position. DORS is, when it comes to staff and personnel, we are the largest division. We comprise more than 50% of this agency when it comes to staff. We operate 2 major disability programs and 5 smaller disability programs. The 2 major disability programs is the Disability Determination Services and the Public Vote VR program itself. And within the VR program, there are other smaller operations that programs that we operate. The Maryland Business Enterprise Program for the Blind, which provides opportunities for blind individuals to operate and own businesses on federal and state property. The other is the Independent Living Program, which provides fundings for the 7 federally recognized centers for independent living around the state. We operate the Independent Living Older Blind Program, which is for individuals who are 55 or older who are legally blind, wanting to live independently in their homes. Support Employment Program. These are 2 separate programs. One's for adults, 25 and older, and the other is for youth, 24 and younger. Both these programs provide what is known as support employment services for people who are employed. And finally, we oversee the Client Assistance Program. This is an advocacy program for individuals who are receiving services through DORS, through the Centers for Independent Living, the Independent Living Older Blind Program. Source of our funding. The majority of our funding does in fact come from federal funds. The largest proportion of DORS money is made up from our federal grant for the Vocational Rehabilitation Program. Next largest funding is the Social Security Disability. The third is our general funds. The general funds are used for state match and maintenance of effort purposes, and we'll get into that in a little bit. We also receive Social Security reimbursement funding. That funding is for when we put individuals who are currently receiving Social Security disability or supplemental insurance benefits through Social Security agency or administration, we get reimbursed for those funds that we expend helping those individuals get back into the workforce. This past year, we received $6.2 million. State in Maryland, I'm happy to say, we consistently rank within the top 10 of states receiving Social Security benefits. I mean, when you compare ourselves to states like California, Florida, Texas, we are right in the middle of the amount of money we receive for Social Security reimbursement. Next. More than 87% of our funding actually goes to delivering of services to the citizens of the state of Maryland. With the largest proportion, this is how we allocate the funds. Our Office of Field Services in the VR program provides services to individuals who are have a significant disability, such as mental health, cognitive disabilities, and so forth. The next largest funding allocation goes to the Disability Determination Services. Also, our Workforce and Technology Center, which we'll talk about here in a bit, and then our Office for Blind and Vision Services, which serve individuals who are blind, low vision, or deafblind exclusively. Next. So, we'll talk a little bit about the Disability Determination Services. Next. The Disability Determination Services, as I already mentioned, was created in 1954. And at that time, the sole focus was to determine individuals whether they were eligible for what is known as the Social Security Disability Insurance Program, or SSDI, which is commonly referred to. The 1972 amendments to the Social Security Act added the Supplemental Security Program, or better known as SSI. The DDS is responsible for determining eligibility for Marylanders who apply either for SSI or SSDI. We have 239 employees located out in our office complex in Hunt Valley. Due to this due to the security risk and the information that they access on each and every one of us, if we were to apply for benefits, they all require to have high levels of security clearance, which includes a criminal background check, credit checks, and actually an FBI interview with friends, family, and current and former employees. The Social Security Administration funds 100% of this of the DDS operation. It is a reimbursable to the state. The heart of the DDS are our examiners. We have 106 examiners, 14 section supervisors, and 14 quality assurance. These individuals are responsible for adjudicating all the claims that come into the DDS from around the state. There's obviously no college coursework or anything like that that prepares you to be a DDS examiner. So every DDS examiner has to undergo an intensive 13-week training program, which includes body systems and diseases and how they affect the individual, various psychological and social illnesses, and the impact of medical treatment, and how this impacts an individual's ability to go to work. Depending upon the individual situation, they may file for one of 3 different ways for Social Security benefits. One is to file straight out for Social Security disability insurance. The other is to file for strictly supplemental security income, or an individual could file for, if they qualify, for what they call a concurrent claim, which is filing for both SSI and SSDI at the same time. So what is, in fact, a SSDI claim? So Title II of the Social Security Act makes payments for individuals who are disabled, who are under the age of 65, and have earned a certain sufficient number of work credits under the Social Security Act. And by the same time are contributing to their Social Security trust fund funding. This is your FICA taxes that you pay on your paychecks. So if an individual is disabled and meets the requirements, then through Social Security disability, they can receive those particular benefits. Title II is a cash payment for individuals who are either elderly, blind, disabled, or have low incomes. These monthly benefits will vary by state, marital status, and living conditions, but usually range anywhere from $10 up to $400 per month. Most people who qualify for Social Security supplemental income also qualify for their state's Medicaid program and may be eligible for other benefit programs throughout the state. The the SSI program, unlike the SSDI program, is funded through general federal revenue sources, and it's not funded through FICA withholdings. So, in order to be eligible, an individual applying for disability benefits under Title II, and for adults applying for Title 16, which is the SSI, must meet the federal definition for an individual being disabled. So law defines disability as an inability to engage in a substantial gainful activity, or what is commonly referred to as SGA, by reasons of any medical determination, physical or mental impairment, which can be expected to result in death, or which can last at least for a continuous period, not less than 12 months. So SGA stands for substantial gainful activity, is a level of work that a person without a disability can do. One of the basic requirements, this is one of the basic requirements for either qualifying for Social Security, SSI, or SSDI, is that the person's medical condition must be serious enough to prevent them from doing more than an insignificant amount of work for at least a period of 12 months. So here's some data. showing the number of claims that we've seen over the last 4.5 years. As you can see, the claims have not returned, filing of claims have not returned from its pre-pandemic level. So this is something that does impact the individuals who are filing. We're not seeing as many come in, but at the same token, we're starting to struggle a little bit on the back end of this. Next. This is the number of claims that have been adjudicated by the DDS. Again, our number of cases that we're clearing at the DDS have not returned. There's some reasons, and we'll get into that here in a minute. Also, to kind of give you an idea, children can apply for SSI. So these are the total number of cases that we're currently serving for children. These are individuals who are under the age of 17. Currently, we have 1,086 cases currently assigned. We have 2,919 cases that have not been assigned. We're also going through a redetermination process. This happens when children reach the age, just before they reach the age of 18. And they move from being determined eligible under children's criteria compared to adult criteria. At that point, just before you turn age 18, you are now being judged as an adult and not as a child. I want to also let you know that one of the criteria in determining whether somebody is eligible, a child is eligible for benefits, is the school records, such as IPEs and the psychologicals. So we're constantly contacting the school systems, the various local educational systems, to get students' school records to help them determine whether or not they meet the criteria for SSI benefits as a child. Next. So we'll go into the larger vocational rehabilitation program itself. Each state determines their own VR program structure. The Rehabilitation Act, which is what we operate under for the vocational rehabilitation program, allows for 3 organizational structures: what is known as a combined agency, what is known as a general agency, and what is known as a blind agency. Combined agency provides services to all disability groups in the state. A general agency provides VR services to all disability groups except those individuals who are blind. A blind agency provides only services to those individuals who are blind, low vision, and in some cases deafblind. Within DORS itself, DORS is a combined agency. We provide all those services under one state director. Go back. So the parts of the agency that are providing services under the VR program is the Office of Field Services, which handles all the individuals who have a disability but are not blind or low vision. Our Office of Blindness and Vision Services provides services to everybody who is blind, low vision, or deaf-blind. In addition, we also offer services through our Workforce and Technology Center, which is located in Northeast Baltimore City. The VR program has approximately 436 employees and located in 21 field offices around the state and at the Workforce and Technology Center. Just to give you a little bit of idea about the Workforce and Technology Center, it's one of 7 comprehensive training centers around the country. We have 2 main focuses with that center. One is workforce, which has a focus of training and employment, and then we offer rehabilitation assistive technology services. The workforce services primarily focuses on working with employers from around the state to provide industry-specific training, which can lead to a higher employment outcomes for our clients. We partner a lot with various organizations around the state. One of them is colleges, community colleges. So we partner with the Community College of Baltimore County and Prince George's Community Colleges for delivering customized training, employer training. Our Rehab Assistant Technologies program provides individual assessments and training on the latest technology that it can be used to provide necessary accommodations for individuals so they can go back to work. Examples of assistive technologies can be screen readers, screen enlargements, speech to text, text to speech, and adaptive driving equipment for vehicles. We also have a governance as an agency. Similar to this board, we have what is known as a State Rehabilitation Council. This is a governor-appointed council. Each of its council's members can serve up to 2 3-year terms. The individuals must represent individual with a disability, or could be a current or former clients and employers. As a council, they are required to meet at least 4 times a year. They're currently scheduled to meet in February, May, September, and November. Their responsibility is reviewing the overall performance of the agency, reviewing our policies and procedures and regulations, and providing community input into those development of those regulations and policies. They collaborate with the program on our triennial comprehensive statewide needs assessment, which takes into consideration areas of underserved and unserved individuals. We were required to receive multiple input from a number of different stakeholders throughout the state, disability community, service providers, employers, as well as DORS staff. A little bit about the finances of DORS. The VR program is a mandatory funded program. Congress provides funding each year to the VR, to the states. The funding increase is based on changes primarily to the Consumer Price Index. Funding for each state is determined by what is called the federal funding formula, which is part of the Rehab Act itself. It takes into several considerations: the average state wage, in which case Maryland is ranked number 1 in highest medium in household income, poverty level within the state, and changes in the state's population. The funding formula does not take into consideration the number of individuals living in the state or the cost of living that it costs to live in that state. The state must provide a match in order to attain its full allotment of federal funds. The federal grant has a federal side of the grant is 78.7% of the overall allotment, while the state portion is represented by 21.3% of the grant. Commonly, in talking with states, and you talk about in VR, it's commonly referred to as an 80-20 split because it's easier to remember than the 78.7 or the 21.3. There's also a maintenance of effort requirement, meaning the state is required to provide the same level of funding it had in previous fiscal years. So, what does the funding formula look like, and how does it impact the state of Maryland? Maryland, we have a population of 6.2 million. Our FY24 grant is pegged at $60 million. Wisconsin has a population of 5.9. Their grant is going to be 76 million. Missouri, 6.1 million. Their grant is going to be 86. So we are disproportionately impacted by the overall wealth of the state, the low poverty level in the state, and the fact that we've had a moderate population growth for a number of years. This is kind of a view of our funding over the last several years, as well as projections in the upcoming years. Up until this year, and starting with state year 2024, prior to this, 22 and 23, the state met its requirements for match. beginning in 2024, we fall below our match requirements. For 2024, we're going to be $1 million short. If we were to take that premise and roll it out and take projections of what the VR grant may look like in the coming years, we have this, as a state, have the potential of losing $86 million in federal funding between now and 2029.
Can you go back to that slide?
Why?
Yeah, explain that again.
Okay, assuming that we are flat funded, because we don't know what 25's, we already know for 24, we're $1 million short, because we know what the federal grant's going to be. I'm projecting, taking a look at projections of what our grant could look like in 25, 26, 27, and 28. If there's no increase in federal fund, in state match funding above what our current appropriations are for 2024, if it stays flat funded for the next 5 years, then we have the potential of losing $86 million because we're not keeping pace with the match requirements. So if you remain flat funded for 5 years and the grant keeps going up, then the gap between what you need for your match grows, and you have to return, you're not allowed to capture that full grant amount. Yes?
Ms. McCusker.
So how do we end up underfunded in the coming fiscal year?
Well, we have to kind of go back to the CPI a little bit. Even though, and the funding formula as well, even though we projected a fairly sizable increase in our grant for 2024, it wasn't enough of an estimate, unfortunately. Traditionally, we have, because of the funding formula, if there was a 5% increase in the overall, at the federal level, well, you have to go through that funding formula, and at the end of the day, we would come in at 4% or 3.5% increases. Well, I had projected an 8% increase because that was similar to what we were hearing, like Social Security was giving beneficiaries, retirees. We actually came in at a 15% increase in our grant, which is the highest level we have ever.
So by virtue of a higher federal funding amount, we're going to come up short and lose money.
Yep. Yes, in 2024.
And they didn't give you any warning that they were going to jump it to that?
No, it stays, no. I mean, because what they have to do is they have, at the federal government, it doesn't come out until the president releases the budget. And that's when it all gets made public.
Is there a way to petition to reach the match?
Well, let's talk about that. So this year, I put forth, well, there was an independent commission during my first spring as state superintendent. There was a bill passed to say, let's study whether DORS should remain with MSD. So we spent all year doing that commission during my second year. Board Member Chang was the state board member of it, and out of that didn't come DORS should move. Out of that came, let's do a bill, because I wanted to do a bill to guarantee that match, and to make sure that it always aligned to what the feds were. And I wanted to get them 73 more pins to make sure that we can bring our ratio down to the national average, and he'll talk more about that. It got out of committee, it came down to the wire, and it didn't pass. It got very close. Part of me wishes maybe I splitted them and not put the positions in there, but I was going to fight for the positions too, because we've closed the vacancy gap, but their ratio is still above national average. for them to be able to move faster and to service Maryland. And he'll talk more about that. But yes, but in the meantime, we're up to the whims of what DBM would like to do. And we tried to make sure that there was a match in place, that there was a guaranteed language in place so we would not lose that money. Another thing we can't do is we can't use this money to create positions either, which we have money for. So I want you to kind of think about that as well too, because the vast majority of that shop is run on federal dollars. And so we're getting a significant amount of dollars that we could be using to expand community-based services, reduce the ratio, do so many different things. Don't worry, Scott, you don't have to say it out loud, but I can. That is the situation.
We could switch seats.
No. So he's going to have an ask for you at the end of this presentation. One of them is, I would like for you to go to bat for this until it happens.
So the issue is, the shortfall is a function of the state's inability to match the federal funding levels. So the net effect is that the state is leaving money on the table.
Correct. You can only, if you put up a certain amount of money, there is, like I said, there's a ratio, and the easiest one to remember, it's like a 4-to-1. You get $4 for every dollar, approximately, that you put up in state money. And so you effectively, if you fall below your match requirement, you're losing $4 for every dollar you fall short. And so we're falling short, by $1 million. And as you can see, the shortfall for '24, as it stands now, is $3.9 million.
So is there a lever for us to go back and say, hey, we were caught by surprise with the federal funding, this was different than what we projected, can we ask for more?
Well, I mean, we've
After the fact, I mean, because they've already passed
Right,
can you go back and ask?
Well, I'm not sure we have alerted the Department of Budget and Management about the shortfall, so they are aware of it. Now, if there's some other funny mechanism.
And there's a new administration, it's on their radar, and so we're gonna keep having that conversation. Justin knows that, remember how we make budget requests? Justin knows this is gonna be one of those that I'm gonna continue to bat for, just because we're leaving money on the table.
Yeah, okay.
General.
Was this in the governor's budget that was presented at the beginning of the legislature, the previous administration, and the legislature cut it out, or it was never enough in the budget?
I mean, part of the difficulty is we start the budget process, early. I mean, we're starting to plan
Right now, for next year, yes.
for next year. And so you're trying to project what is the cost of living going to be and so forth, and you put in your best guess.
I'm just asking because I thought it was alluded that the legislature, once the budget was there, they didn't put it. Was there a supplemental during the session, or what was happening?
Sure. So part of this is also the gap between the federal fiscal year and the state fiscal year, right? And
October and July.
Yeah. So what's in the budget? Funds would have funded what we had estimated at the time. Now, to the superintendent's point, to Scott's point, we have notified the Department of Budget and Management that should we not receive additional appropriation, that we would be jeopardizing those funds. They do have different avenues to address that in part because of the federal fiscal year, right? And so whether it's through deficiency appropriation in fiscal year '24, which is this coming, starts July 1, which would provide additional resources during this year, even though it's the active state budget. They do that through deficiency, or and it could also be a combination of the two. Could also look like additional appropriation in fiscal year '25, because if we allocate and spend some of that in July, August, and September, that's technically still part of the federal fiscal year because the federal fiscal year goes until it starts October 1. And so likely, if the Department of Budget and Management does make this decision, it could be in fiscal 24 as a deficiency. It could be as a part of additional appropriation in fiscal year 25 that we would want to make sure gets drilled and spent out right at the beginning of the year, so it's still within that federal fiscal year, or more likely a combination of the two.
Which comes as matching during this, the fiscal year, where you got 3 months to play with
Yes.
to get that money,
Right.
match the money, and not have this tested. So next session is when we really need to work with.
That's right, because when the federal calculations came out after the passage of the budget bill. So even a deficiency this year, or a change to, it wouldn't have been a deficiency, but a change to the budget through supplemental would have been possible just because of the timing of the federal release. So it either has to be a deficiency in FY24, or again, or a combination of additional appropriation in fiscal 25.
So where we're showing that we're down for this year, we haven't actually lost it, yes.
No,
We have
have
that
not.
3 months to get the money in
Correct.
there.
Correct. And
Next July. So July 2024 through September 2024.
Right.
Yeah.
The other thing that we have to take into account is the projected budget outlook for the state. My impression is that some of the bills that perhaps would have passed this session may not have passed because of a funding requirement. So I think as we look again at big rocks and what we need to do, we may need to just think for a minute about, and I don't know whether we can do this or whether we want to do it, but to have some kind of prioritization. If you only had $1, where would we spend it? I mean, we may need to start looking at that as a responsible measure. We're probably going to hear some of this in a couple of weeks when we go up to Howard County and meet with Dr. Ball in his Maryland Municipal Association, the Association of the County Execs. Maintenance of effort, we're hearing maintenance of effort issues. We are, some of us were up a couple of weeks ago in Carroll County, and they were projecting potential shortfalls in funding a year or two out. So I think the reality as we look at this is we may have to start thinking about whether we would want to take a position on sort of a tiered priorities of, if you only have $1, where do you put it? Do we put it here? Do we put it someplace else? Because I think that's going to be the outlook for the coming years. So on some of this, we may just as a board, from a policy, I know it's to think about these tough funding issues and what we're going to do. It wouldn't surprise me, I don't know if it's too late, but it wouldn't surprise me that we're going to get one or more maintenance of effort appeals before this is in the coming months. So again, money is going to be a big issue. So as we look at this, we got to make sure that every dollar that is being spent is spent as efficiently and effectively as possible, but it's probably going to get tight. It's probably going to get tight as we go.
Mr. President Crawford, if I may, just one note. I do believe that the deadline for maintenance of effort waiver request has passed for this year.
Oh, great.
And so I don't think I don't think that's something we have to. But to your other point, just with overall forecast, depending on what the federal government does, there are if there is any sort of default, and if that does carry consequences to Maryland's taxable base because of the disproportionate of federal employees in Maryland, there could also be outsized impacts on revenue outlook and local wealth as it corresponds to that as well next year, which we're certainly looking at.
Very good, thank you.
All right. Next. All right, we're going to take a little bit of a dive into the actual the VR services and so forth. So here we go. Okay, type of clients we serve. Individuals with a cognitive disability represent about 30% of the individuals we serve, while mental health and psychosocial individuals with those type of disorders are the next largest proportions, followed by physical and orthopedics, and then deafness and blind and low vision. Next. Clients by age range. We start serving clients as young as 14, all the way to 60 plus. We have some people who are in their late 70s and 80s who are clients receiving services and going to work. Our biggest demographic, when we take a look at the total numbers as a group, that age group from 16 to 18, 19 to 24 is our transitioning youth age range, and they represent the largest single group of individuals that we serve. So we do have a large footprint, I'm going to say, with special ed and the stuff that we do with them in transitioning services. Clients by race and ethnicity. African Americans is the largest population that we serve, followed by white Caucasian, and then the other groups. The Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, which is how the Rehab Act is currently authorized under, made a significant change to the vocational rehabilitation program. As I mentioned on the onset, the VR program had a single focus, and that was having adults go back to work or get into the workforce. In 2014, Congress decided to split the vocational rehabilitation program into two distinct programs. One is, again, the vocational rehabilitation program, which we'll get into, and then the other is the creation of the pre-employment transitioning services, which is for students with disabilities. And this age range is for anybody between the age of 14 to 21 who has a disability and is currently in school. We're required for that program, we're required to set aside 15% of our federal funds, not the state portion, just the federal portion of our federal funds. It also changed the performance requirements. These align now with all the mandatory partners under WIOA. And so we now are required to, our reporting measures are wages at the second and fourth quarter after somebody has exited services from the program. What is the median wage of that group? We're focused on credential attainments and measurable skill gains and engagement with employers. One of the biggest reasons why they've done that is, Maryland, unlike a lot of the states around us, I think Maryland is one of two, I think maybe up to three now, that have outlawed sub-minimum wage. And so that's really what the VR focus is all about. That's the reason why they have changed those requirements to really focus on having individuals with disabilities enter the workforce in what is known as competitive integrated employment. The VR process itself actually has two steps. And so we're going to start with the first one, the eligibility process. This is not an entitlement program. This is an eligibility program. Even if you apply for vocational rehabilitation services at the age of 14, you're determined eligible based on the adult criteria. An individual who applies for service obviously must be an individual with a disability that impacts on their ability to obtain or retain employment. That individual must be seeking employment in a competitive integrated employment setting. This means you're working above minimum wage, This means you're working with and interacting with people, your non-disabled peers, on a regular basis. You have opportunities for advancements in the workplace setting that you have. Once a consumer's application is received, we have a unit called the Eligibility Determination Unit. This unit is solely focused on obtaining and reviewing the medical records in order for us to determine eligibility of an individual. Once we determine eligibility, that individual is then put into what we call a category of service, or what is known as order selection, and we'll get into that here in a minute. And it's based on the individual's disability and functional limitations. In the event that an individual does not have ready access to their medical records, the consumer can give us written permission. We can go get the medical records for them. There is no cost to that individual. If there are no current medical records, then we can make arrangements for a physical or psychological evaluations to be performed, again, at no cost to that individual. The federal standard for us to determine eligibility is 60 days to make a determination. We're making those determinations on average within 37 days. So here's the detour before we get to step 2 of the VR process. It's called order selection. The state of Maryland is in order selection. In order to go into order selection, a state has to determine that it does not have sufficient resources, whether it be financial or human capacity, to serve all individuals in the state with all the full range of vocational services that can be provided. Order selection means that the state must establish a criteria by which we make all eligible individuals and place them into a category based on the severity of their disability. The criteria for the order selection is the most significant individuals are served first. In Maryland, we have been in order selection since 1990, in the 1980s. If there's a need to sort of the process, so if we decide, or if a state decides they need to move into order selection, they must submit required documents to the Rehabilitation Service Administration on how they plan to serve these individuals on an order selection and what the criteria is going to be. Again, the criteria is not based solely on the type of disability. It's based on the significance of the individual's disability and the impact it has on their functional levels. It's up to the state's VR program to determine if an order selection is needed and the number of categories the state will use to determine those services, who receive services. Thanks. There are 78 VR agencies across the country and the territories. 40 of those VR agencies have no order selections. 38 of those agencies have an order selection. 18 of the 38 VR agencies have some categories closed, while 20 of those 38, their order selection, they have all categories open. No VR agency at the present time has all categories closed. There are 32 states that have 3 categories, and this includes Maryland. 5 states have 4, and 1 state has 5. So, what is the categories? Category 1.
Excuse me, just
Yeah.
want to make sure we get to the key points you have here in the deck, questions and challenges. So I want to make sure, because we want to try to keep everything on schedule, if we can move there as quickly as you can in terms of maybe
Okay.
summarizing this other information and getting to the point of the challenges and what you need from us.
Okay.
Why don't you
One-
zoom past, and then the ones that you know are going to be crucial for them to understand the challenges, freeze on
Okay.
that slide, and then zoom past, that's like background
Okay.
information.
Well, let me just say this, order selection in this state controls everything. It's one of the reasons why there is a wait list in this state. We are currently serving everybody in Category 1, people in Category 2, and Category 2 is called significant disability. Category 3 is considered non-significant.
Show them what the wait list looks like on 34.
Yep. Keep going. There we go. So here's a brief view of the wait list. These are individuals, the numbers of individuals that are currently on the wait list because of some of the stuff that the superintendent has done by stabilizing the workforce in DORS. We've been able to start moving some of those people off. Unfortunately, we're just starting to pull people off the wait list from 2019. So they've been on it for a long time. Next.
And then
Let's
just
see.
zoom past the slides and see what you think is going to be important for them to.
Right, so we've got two, keep going. Keep going, stop here. All right, one of the things that affects our ability to serve people is the number of staff we've had. Since state fiscal year 2008, we had 491 individuals. Today, at the end of FY23, we had 390. We've lost over 100 individuals as a result of state budget cuts to our staff. Next. We also had difficulties in retaining staff. The state had historically low salary scales. At the end of June of 2020, we had 40 vacant frontline counselors and supervisors, which represented 25% of our counseling staff that deal directly with the clients. Next. Workloads. Average workload across the country is between 85 and 100 cases. Currently, active caseload for our counselors is 139. If we were to bring everybody off the wait list today, that workload would jump to 156. We have states who have an average workload size of 60 in the country. My top 3 counselors, and these are
When you look
transition.
at some of the other states, Scott, is it that they have different processes, or states have provided more resources, or sort of what? Why are some so low in terms of caseload?
Some are so low because the states have provided more resources, in this case, human capital. And so it has an impact. Others, it's just, some states just don't have a lot of people coming through the front door. And so forth. So that does impact on, the state. And in Maryland, obviously, we're blessed to, because we have a good a fairly decent transportation, mass transit and so forth. Maybe not be the best, but it is that. So it does allow for people with disabilities to at least have some level of mobility versus Kansas.
Let's go to the challenges chapter now.
Okay.
I think they have a sense of.
Okay, keep going.
Can you really quickly, before we start, tell them what pre-ETS is, so they
Right,
understand
yeah.
how
Let's
it
go through that
overlaps
real
with
quick,
K-12?
yeah. So let me, again, here's, in a real quick snapshot, the program was divided for 2 programs. They created pre-employment transitioning services. Again, they're for students with disabilities between the ages of 14 and younger than 22. They have to be enrolled in school or in post-secondary school. They have to have a documented eligibility, which means they can either have a IPE or 504 plan or a doctor's note saying that they have a disability. The eligibility for this is less stringent than it is for the VR program. There is no work requirement. There's only 5 specific services that are allowed, however, under pre-employment transitioning services. Okay, keep going.
Let's go to the last chapter. I think they have a sense of pre-ETS, but the challenges are embedded in that and
Yep.
solutions, so.
Keep going. Next, keep going.
Slide 55, Dr. Love.
Yeah, there we go. Keep going, one more. Yeah, actually, one more after that. All right, the challenges. We had a high load because of the salaries and so forth, and because we need to compete with the federal government and other organizations. For example, DDS had 59 claims examiner and supervisory vacancies at the end of June. For every seasoned examiner we lose, that's 700 claims that can't be adjudicated. And so that number of individuals means we lost around the ability to process 33,000 claims. It takes about 3 years for us to get a new examiner up to speed so they can fully adjudicate every type of claim that's available. We have a fairly large backlog as a result of 24,859. However, this is not a Maryland unique situation. There is a national backlog throughout all the states. Give you a quick example, Virginia has a backlog of 25,000, Wisconsin 20, Mississippi 20,000. Next. So, how are we addressing these challenges? Superintendent, one of the first meetings I had with him in September, when we sat down in one-on-one, one of his first questions was, what do you need? And I sat down and told him, said, we can't pay our staff enough. I need a salary adjustment in order for us to retain and hire individuals. And he went to work on that. And as of July 1 of 2022, our starting salaries went from 42,000 up to 54. Today, the starting salary is now 57. Our master's degree examiners, because our master's degrees for both DORS and DDS, they started at 44,000. It's up to 58. When we did the salary adjustment, today it's now up to 60,000. As of May 11th, DDS had no vacancies. As of May 11th, in the VR program, we have 3 counselor vacancies and 1 supervisory vacancies. This is down from 99 vacancies in these 2 categories in June of 2020.
Tell them about how long the background check takes.
Background check for a DDS can take up to 3 months, and it's a very extensive background check that they go through. They've gotten through them sometimes a little bit quicker, but on average, it takes about 3 months. And we, unfortunately, as a result of that, lose a lot of people who just simply aren't going to wait around for 3 months waiting. So, but overall, between all our vacancies, we're now down to 17 vacancies total from 122 at the end of June. Next. Okay, again, I'm going to highlight this one more time because this is a challenge in the VR program. Okay, our caseloads. My top 3 counselors, and again, these are transitioning caseloads. 438 cases, 334 cases, and 244. Those are transitioning counselors working with students in high schools. So how's MSDE helping to address some of the workload issues? MSDE is using some of their ESSER funds to work with the University of Maryland's Center for Transition and Career Innovation in a collaboration with them. We provided them an initial funding of $1.6 million to help handle the referrals that we're getting from the schools. And because of the workload has increased, we're providing them an additional $350,000 to help increase the staff there to handle that. So CTCI reaches out to the parents, the guardians, the schools to get the necessary documentation. Again, it's not extensive, but at the end of the day, we do have to receive the documentation and we have to receive parental consent in order for that student to participate in pre-employment transitioning services. Again, we work with both parents, schools, and medical providers to do everything we can to get the medical records. Once those documents are obtained, that information is then returned to us. We are the only ones who are allowed to make that final determination that they meet the requirements. And then, once that is done, then services can begin. Since September through last week, they have processed 2,978 pre-employment applications.
Scott, why don't you give the board your wish list that
My
you would
wish
want them
list.
to support?
Okay. Keep going.
And we'll stop there and take
Yeah.
any questions.
Yeah. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. All right. Superintendent already talked about our initiatives. Again, the two biggest ones is we need staff. We've got to bring down those workloads in order for us to be able to effectively manage. We have to be able to get individuals with significant disabilities off that wait list. We have too many people sitting there for too long, and in order for us to do that, we've got to get the staffing. Again, the House Bill 1224 and Senate Bill 934, we requested 74 additional pins, and this would eliminate the wait list. It'll allow us those services to begin immediately for those individuals, and at the same time allow us to expand services, the training services that we offer through the Workforce and Technology Center out in the community.
One question, I understand this is can be a very challenging population. And what are our measures of success? How do we know, if someone were to ask, why should I put $1 more in this program? What would we be able to say in terms of what have we accomplished?
Talk about the work we're doing with San Diego State, but all of the different key metrics.
Right. We just finished providing San Diego State University with our data for the last 5 years, and we're drilling down into that data to look at where we're successful, what programs are being successful, what programs are not. We're looking at drilling down into the provider community. We rely a lot on our provider community to get individuals some training and into jobs. And so we're taking a look at that and trying to figure out, okay, is there certain programs that are more successful than others? And then those programs that are not successful, we're eliminating some of that. The other measures are we meeting our federal requirements? As far as we have benchmarks, we have benchmarks that we're required to meet. That second and fourth quarter, we establish each year with the Rehab Services Administration how many people are going to be at that second and fourth quarter, where our median income is going to be, how many people are getting accreditations, how many people are making what we can call measurable skill gains. Failure to meet those benchmarks comes with sanctions from RSA. And so that's our measure of success in how many people we are putting to work through the VR program. Now, again, we've also got our pre-employment program. Unfortunately, that has no federal benchmark. It is, are you providing the services, yes or no? But the big one that everybody looks at is the VR program.
If the question is, are they making the dollar work? They're making the dollar sweat. I mean, they are, the vacancy is, so we tackled that, right? And you see that we've made a dent on the wait list, but at the same time, you wanna, like I always tell Scott, how can I get out of order selection? How can I get out of order selection? Because he told me that we've been in it since the 1980s. You know, like California, for example, looks at cases in 5 days versus 37, but their state puts a significant chunk of dollars, plus they're not in order of selection, you know? The day we come out of order of selection is the day we have reduced the caseloads to a more reasonable amount for them to tackle everyone as they come in. And we're just not there yet, but that it's just not, and you don't usually hear me say this, right? Like, this is one of those where, yeah, I will make the case for more staff on this one. You will never hear me say, well, that's not an excuse to not service Marylanders. No, they are servicing Marylanders, hitting all the federal benchmarks, knocking that out of the park, expanding something called community-based services, which is the next frontier of this work, right? Service people where they're at. But at the same time, you have these loads that are just not, you're not able to get through. Like, as you're taking them 20 down, 20 more are coming in, right? And so that's a key facet in this. And we could have all the show-off stats in the world. They are making the dollar work harder than any other engine I've seen in the state. I'm just, that's, yeah. Scott was CFO, and then he became assistant state superintendent before I came. And then he was no longer in seventh heaven because he had to hang out with me for a weekly basis. But every time I ask them, process, how can we do it differently? Can we start servicing people while the medical document's coming in? Well, Mohammed, well, RSA. And so every which way. The way we established that partnership with the University of Maryland, because he told me something about Wisconsin. I went to look at Wisconsin. They had a partnership with the university where they helped them review the paperwork before referring it to DORS. So I was like telling Justin, let's use our ESSER set aside, to try to seed something like that. So we've created it, and it's going really well, and it's going to be a fee for service model, because you don't want to start something that you can't make last. So that's helping in a creative way, using the university to help look at something. We're looking at other things as well, but ultimately it's a ratio challenge. Yeah.
Understood. Comments or questions, anyone? Ms. Jang?
Yeah, thank you, Scott, for providing this in-depth deep dive in DORS. Yeah, where I was involved in the meeting, you know, every stakeholder, commissioners, they bring in their forefront of knowledge and their work experience and the entire community, and speak up for that. I really admire everybody's enthusiasm and hard work in tackle this problem. And after listening to this morning's some of the public comments, and there are some cases they have over 8 years of waiting to be determined of their disability, being eligible for any kind of programs that fits for their students. So I'm very impressive that we are cutting down those wait lists, even there seems still in the thousands. But, you know, with these more pins and different budgets come in to help out, do believe hand in hand will make this problem not exist in the future. Thank you for all the hard work.
Well, thank you.
Appreciate
It's
that.
not me, it's our staff.
Yes, the whole team.
Absolutely.
Thanks.
Nicely done. Are there any other? Mr. Bartley?
So forgive me for these questions, but what I'd like to understand is if there's not sufficient enough money for these individuals, they don't receive the services that they otherwise need, correct?
Well, there's two parts to that. You either don't have enough staff or you don't have enough resources. So what you have to do, which is why you have to create an order of selection. We originally went into order selection because of resources. And if we kind of just take real quick, even though our 2024, we got a, which is why it was a shock, we got such a large increase. There are years where our grant is going in the opposite direction, because other states are getting 12, 14, 15% increases. And so somebody's taking a smaller portion. And that's historically where Maryland has been. It's only been recently that we've actually seen our grant start increasing and so forth. So today, it's not a funding issue. unless we don't get match, then at some point it'll be a funding issue. Today, it's a staffing issue. I don't have the staff to adequately serve individuals. I mean, when you're trying to, and I go back to that one slide, when you got 300 kids on and dealing with 300 parents, I mean, that's the equivalent, I mean, let's be honest, it's equivalent to opening up an elementary school with 3 teachers, okay? That's, you know, you can't do it. It's not humanly possible. And so we get parents who are upset because their student isn't getting the same level of service that they would expect. And so it's, you know, it's a customer service thing. If you're trying to juggle all this stuff, you just can't effectively do it when you have caseload size, and especially when you're dealing with, you know, so we got the parents, but we also have individuals with chronic mental illness that we're serving, and that is a very challenging workload. And you've got 150, 30 people on your caseload. With that level of challenge, it becomes daunting.
Tell them what it would take to get to order. So I asked you this question the other day. 73, what got us to national average when we were talking about North Carolina. But tell us the number you gave me the other day, because I thought you were about to say like 300. You're like, nope, it was not 300. How many
Well,
positions
I mean,
did it take?
the 74, I mean, out of the 74, the vast majority, 60 of them would take, is what we need to get the wait list cleared completely and so forth. But that's just VR counselors. You got to have, obviously, supervisors, you got to have clerical support and so forth. So we're looking probably at less than, just between 95 and 100 individuals.
And how much does that cost generally with benefits? You're a CFO, that's why I can put you on the spot.
I know, but we're getting a pay increase, which is why I'm trying to know. We're probably looking in the neighborhood of about $5 to $6 million.
And what's our federal match, or federal dollars right now that we get?
Right at the moment, it'll be in 2024, 60 million, which is an increase of $8 million over what we currently have.
$5 million. We can pay for it out of the match. I just need permission to grade the pins. We can pay for it. Justin, am I missing something?
So
Okay.
Explain that. I don't understand.
We can pay- I can't create pins.
Yes.
I can't. I just can't create pins.
So you're saying you have cash, what you need is the authority
To create
pins.
Right? When I first came with the ESSER set aside, some states created 5-year rolls or 4-year rolls up to 2024. I wasn't allowed to do that, which boggled my mind, to further help do things. We can't create pins. We could do contractual pins, but those are not, that's like temporary, no, those are not full-time benefits. That's like a rotating door. Yeah, we have contractual pins. That was the philosophy over the last 8 years, more contractuals, but that's not how you solve this. And so.
Funding source for the pins, is that federal?
Federal.
What % of the agency is funded, division is funded by federal?
Most of the agency is funded by federal dollars.
What %? We're at like 90?
We're probably in the 80s.
80s, so we can use the federal dollars to create pins.
We can create 100% federally funded pins.
If we can create the federal pins, is there a potential liability for the state? So we create the funds, create the pins today using federal funds. What's the likely, obviously, the federal government budgets every year. What's the likelihood of having those funds available so that the state isn't caught in a shortfall should the federal government scale back?
Well, I mean, the grant, the way it's structured now, continually grows each and every year. So the fact that, there's funding coming in and an increase in funding coming in, kind of puts it, in pretty good footing, that their funds will be there. Now, Congress can always abolish a program.
Absolutely, I understand that. So the ask is whether, I'm just trying to make sure I understand. The ask is whether or not the board would be willing to support the creation of pins from federal funds to help manage the workload. Is that the ask?
That's the ask.
That's the ask. We don't need a bill for that. We need to get DBM approval ultimately. That's the piece. The bill was trying to basically say, shall give DORS 73 pins, but we could do that next month. But that's a conversation if we would be given permission to create pins, right? And the answer would be, well, maybe other agencies don't have them, or maybe this liability question, or the feds might reduce it, but that trend is not likely, and you could put safeguards. If they reduce it, then you have to make cuts. I mean, that's always a risk.
Sure.
I mean, that's what we went through the recession with teachers and everything else. Doesn't keep you from hiring teachers, right? And so, but the difference between all these other agencies is a lot of things, given who they are, but they're run pretty much on federal dollars to begin with. And so we have the dollars. We just need the permission. Other agencies don't run on federal dollars, right? Our school and community nutrition office here in MSD is funded pretty much fully, Justin, correct me if I'm wrong, pretty much on federal dollars, right? For the most part. The special education department, a good chunk of it is funded by federal dollars. So this is already a thing that exists in this state. Our Title I office funded by federal dollars. So it's just we can't create pins.
Sure. General, you were gonna?
I had a couple of follow-up.
Well, then come back to you, Scott,
Okay.
if you don't mind.
The only thing DBM's going to look at is the fact that they're going to look at the actuary for retirement and for medical once they retire, because then it's state money. It is not federal money.
Okay.
So that's the only real thing I see that you'll have to look at. But if it's a real need, usually DBM will listen.
Okay. Mr. Bartley, yes, sir.
So my initial question did give way to follow-up by the other board members. I'm very happy about that. And so it's a staffing issue, not a funding issue.
Today, it's not a funding issue.
So because of lack of staffing, some of the children that need it the most are being left behind.
Right. I mean, the fact that we've lost over 100 pins, by having those budget cuts and losing those pins, as an agency, you lose the flexibility to move vacant pins into areas of need and so forth. So it kind of ties your hands in creating any type of flexibility whatsoever. And so we haven't been able to take, positions that were no longer needed 10 years ago and turn them into counselors, because that's where we need the positions. It's created challenges and so forth. So obviously by gaining additional pins, it will actually transform this agency.
So what advocacy has been done to increase those pins and, with immediacy? Because we do have a slogan in the state, it's like no one left behind, but this lack of creating the pins is leaving people behind. Thanks.
I got a bill introduced that passed committee and it came down to the wire. And so trying everything, and the bill approach is a shall approach, right? And if you want to go outside of the bill, then it's a matter of, it is a stroke of the pen. It really is. It's not my pen though. And so, but at the end of the day, you don't need the bill, but the bill was that approach. But I was also, we had an independent commission that really wanted to pursue that approach, right? So we pursued that approach.
It's hard for me to fathom that the funds are available, but they won't allow you to create the pins. It's just unimaginable. Wow.
Correct.
Ms. Allen.
So when you did this legislative initiative, the community that has been on these wait lists for 8 years, were they represented in Annapolis?
Every month, I get an email from a delegate or a senator, so-and-so is on the wait list, when they're going to come off. When I meet people who work in state agency, I won't name them, they say, hey, I have a niece. can you figure out, what they're really asking me, can the state superintendent provide a hookup? No, that's not what I do. I'm not going to do that. But so, you know, it's one of those things where we just got to put our money where our mouth is.
I think that when it's personalized, then you got so close this year when you see the faces of the people who are really suffering because they don't have the services. The community finds a way to move forward. Hopefully. I know that you said you're going to be at it until it's a
Hopefully,
reality. But what I would just say is while you're at it to make it a reality, we need to use some of our resources to organize the underserved community to have a voice.
Fix it in the future, okay.
Okay. I think there's another question.
Yes. Doc,
Go ahead. All right. Slide 37, which compares 2008 to 23. Should we interpret this as PINs or actual hired personnel?
If we can go back. Is this the one?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, these are actual pins. These were FTE pins. Doesn't include contractuals whatsoever. So those, like I said, those are 100 pins that we lost. That's 100 positions we could have reclassified to address the needs of the agency, to meet the changing, needs that have occurred. Prior to 2014, again, the focus was on strictly adult workforce programs. And then 2014 created pre-employment transitioning services, which basically I had to shift my VR counselors from focusing on workforce and have them come into the schools and work exclusively in that program. If I were to properly fund, have all those transitioning students addressed with proper workloads for those transitioning counselors, I wouldn't have anybody left in the workforce side of this. So it's a juggling act that we've had to go through. And
My only just comment and thought here, this is really compelling to me as we're discussing PINs. And we even providing some more specificity by year to see a trend on when we lost the most positions. I mean, a lot happens between state budgets between 2008, 2012, 13, but I think it'd just be really helpful to see that as this case, as we're discussing the advocacy around it.
Dr. Wilcox.
Yes, I know this might be a crazy idea or a terrible idea, but I was wondering if you've at all explored the idea of partnering with the Maryland Coalition of Families, because they do a lot of peer support, and the populations they serve overlaps with the population that you serve. And I'm wondering if they have like paraprofessionals that they train as counselors and family navigators to support families that are experiencing some of these things. And I'm wondering if that could be an interesting partnership, contracting with them.
Well, one of the requirements of the VR program is certain things can only be done by the VR agency. One of those things is obviously making eligibility determinations. Cannot be farmed out to any other third-party organizations. The determinations of what services are included on the person's individual employment plan can only be done by a VR counselor. The only person who can authorize payment or authorize actual services to be provided is that VR counselor. So those are some of the restrictions that have been placed on the program, which is why it's so imperative to have counselors.
Yep. To be clear, also, the cuts happened, right, going back previous administrations. This is a new administration we have now, which wants to rebuild government. So if there's a moment, this is that moment, right? And so they're barely getting started and sworn in and everything. And ultimately, the bill, had a chance. I think it just got caught up in how much are we adding to the budget and everything else going on? Because a lot of good ideas, didn't happen this year because it was going to add to the budget. I think what people need to understand more, and that's why we're already engaging with the new Secretary of DVM plus the governor on this, who has a laser-like focus on rebuilding state government, is we can do this and we can pay for it, and it's not general funds, and so I think understanding that would be big.
This has been an excellent discussion. Let me propose to bring closure to this. If I'm reading the sense of the board correctly, the board would be willing to consider a proposal to DBM to use the federal funds and to be able to demonstrate that the use of the federal funds would allow us to hire X number of people, and this would be, and here's the impact it would have on backlog or whatever. I think what I'd like to do is have them come back with an actual proposal that says, this is what we would do. We're gonna have X number of positions. The current caseload right now is 139. If we got these positions and getting people up to speed, the caseload drops to whatever, and the backlog, the impact on the backlog. I think then we'd be in a position as a board to make a call, but I think we just need to have a real proposal that says what's the value proposition? If we do it, how much does it cost? What do we get for it? And what's the impact on the disability community? And if you can come back next month with a proposal along those lines, I think the board is predisposed to hear a proposal like that, and I think then we'd be able to vote on something.
All right, it's already written. I'm sorry, and so, but yes, we're happy. But we'll talk about what that means and what that looks like.
Sure,
in terms
absolutely.
Of a vote, because I don't know if
between
this
now
is
and then.
yeah. So we'll do that with council. Anything
Dr.
else?
Getty has a question.
Yes.
What was the bill number that went forth?
I'm
House Bill, well, the one that moved between houses was Senate Bill 934.
It's on one of your slides.
934?
Yeah, and that's through
Senate bill.
Senator Zucker and Delegate Guyton were the tag team.
Yeah, just if I can, just one final comment. A lot of the progress has been made over the last 2 years is a direct result of the superintendent's involvement. Again, prior to this, I'm not aware that any assistant state superintendent for DORS has ever made a presentation before this board. So I appreciate the opportunity to be able to do this. But the superintendent has been just an outstanding advocate for this program and our staff.
Excellent.
I appreciate all the work that he's done.
How many years are you in now?
33.
Well, again, we appreciate everything that you've done in terms of leading the organization and bringing the organization to this point. And again, thank you. So we look forward we'll work out the details, but we would look forward to receiving a proposal to go to DBM to effectively use federal funds to create PINs to address these workload issues.
Mr. Crawford, may I say a few words, please?
Please, yes, ma'am.
You know, Scott has been a phenomenal resource, not only to the State Department of Education, but he has dedicated his life to assisting those citizens throughout Maryland who are most in need. And so as Scott comes to a point in his career that he has decisions to make, I certainly want to thank him for
Scott, you're not going
everything.
anywhere, are you? Sounds almost like
There's a retirement pending on the horizon, but we do have a game plan and everything else. And then I told him, like, you're not leaving me by myself, so we're gonna
I've
close
got
that
Dr.
wait
Lawson
list. So you can come in flip-flops, but we will figure it out contractual or whatever. But you can come in flip-flops or Crocs. All the kids are wearing Crocs nowadays, and so. But he is pretty much at that point. He was at that point when I first came. I said, nope, we're not doing this right now. You gotta teach me first what I need to know, and so then I know what to do.
Okay, excellent.
You were
He's just, it's a blessing to have someone. He's also was the CFO of DORS for many years, so that just helps a lot.
Excellent. All right, excellent. Great. Thank you. This has been very good. So we look forward to
Komar,
next month.
are you ready for Komar?
Yeah, let's go do that. So we're now at, these are permission to publish, Komar 13A, 1513, family care inspection, complaints and enforcement, 13A, 1514, family child care, administrative hearings, permission to publish, 13A, 1617, child care centers, inspections, complaints and enforcement, 13A, 1618, child care centers, administrative hearings, and 13A, 1715, child care letters of compliance, inspection, complaints and enforcement. Dr. Cook,
Yes.
how are you doing?
Good. How are you?
Fine, fine.
All right.
All
right.
They don't do cues.
Okay. I'm here today to request permission to publish amendments to Komar 13A15, 13A16, 13A17, and 13A18, including a new regulation in each chapter authorizing the use of emergency intermediate sanctions. Today, I want to bring to your attention an important topic that affects the well-being and safety of our children, licensed and regulated early care and education programs, and the regulations that govern them. The Maryland State Department of Education, Division of Early Childhood, Office of Child Care plays a crucial role in ensuring that these programs comply with the necessary regulations. When violations occur, the Office of Child Care has the authority to impose intermediate sanctions, such as limiting enrollments, requiring training, and increasing monitoring. Currently, when violations arise, these sanctions take effect after a 20-day notification. If a hearing is requested, the sanctions are postponed until a hearing decision is issued within 90 days. However, the proposed regulation introduces a new tool, the emergency intermediate sanctions, which would have the same option as the current regulation, but with some modifications. In cases of emergencies, these sanctions would take effect immediately and would not be postponed if a hearing request is filed. Emergency hearings would be scheduled within 7 days, and a decision would be issued within 7 days after the conclusion of the hearing. The emergency intermediate sanctions could enable the Office of Child Care to limit the spaces, rooms, or areas that may be used for child care, or prohibit certain individuals from being alone with children pending an open child protective services or criminal investigation. These changes aim to provide a more responsive and targeted approach in emergency situations by allowing immediate action to address health, safety, and welfare concerns. The proposed emergency intermediate sanctions contain the situation without necessitating a complete emergency program suspension. This approach recognizes that not every incident requires shutting down an entire program and allows for customized enforcement actions, particularly if the issue is not systemic across a program and is an isolated incident. The proposed emergency intermediate sanctions may still impact the children and families in one classroom, particularly if a program is not able to find substitutes to ensure the classroom remains within regulations for the children's age group, staffing, and group size. Stakeholders, including early care and education groups, have been actively engaged in discussions regarding these proposed regulations. They have highlighted the hardships experienced by families when an entire program is closed for an isolated incident, which may not reflect a systemic issue. By minimizing disruptions and providing more focused enforcement actions, the proposed emergency sanctions aim to strike a balance between child safety and the needs of children and families. It is important to note that emergency suspensions and the proposed regulation of emergency intermediate sanctions are used in limited cases. Last year, less than 1% of programs across the state were issued emergency suspensions. In conclusion, the welfare, well-being, and safety of our children is paramount, and we must ensure that licensed and regulated programs maintain the state's regulatory standards. The proposed emergency intermediate sanctions offer a more effective and targeted response in urgent situations, allowing for swift action to address concerns while minimizing disruption for children and families. By working together and engaging with stakeholders, the Office of Child Care's licensing branch, in partnership with other relevant agencies, can create a safer and more responsive child care system that meets the needs of children, families, providers, educators, and operators.
Thank you very much. The floor is now open for first round of questions, clarification. Are there any questions of clarification on the request to publish? Seeing no questions of clarification, the floor is now open for a motion to publish the identified COMAR regulations. We have Mr. DeShiel and then Mr. Barkley.
Is this for all the COMAR regulations or just the one in particular?
This would be for the whole body, the whole group.
Body of COMAR
Yes,
regulations.
that they have proposed. Thank you for that
I
clarification.
do have a question with regards to COMAR 13A0107. It's the last one on the list, number 10.
That's different.
Okay.
Yeah, this,
So just the other.
this is the first group. Okay. Second by Dr. Michael. Question, the floor is now open for discussion of the motion. Seeing no discussion of the motion, the floor is now open for a vote. All in favor of publishing these regulations, please say aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? So the motion passed. Thank you very much. We'll now move to request to publish. This is 13A0206, General Financial Aid to Local School Systems. Permission to publish.
Great. We'll have Gabe come up.
Good afternoon, President Crawford, Vice President Getty, and members of the State Board. This will be a little bit quicker than the last regulation. Just give you some brief information about what's before you today. This is COMAR 13A0206, General Financial Aid to Local School Systems. Every year, on the last Friday of October, local school systems document the number of students that have an IEP, that also have transportation with a related service. They send that information to the MSDE Office of Pupil Transportation, and for every student that's identified, the school is eligible for a grant of $1,000 per student. That helps offset the cost of specialized equipment, bus attendance, et cetera. That grant is set forth in Education Article 5-218. In the past few years, more students are being provided transportation that do not have an IEP, but rather a 504 that has transportation listed as an accommodation. Many LEAs need to provide specialized equipment, vehicles, or staffing to meet the needs of these students as well. Because of this, we feel that the LEA should be able to identify these students that have a 504 as eligible for the transportation grant of $1,000 per student to offset some of the transportation cost incurred. In addition, we use this opportunity to change other terms throughout the regulations to use more student-first language, such as English learner education, and remove the terms disabled student and special education student from the regs. We are therefore requesting that COMAR 13A.0206, General Financial Aid to Local School Systems, be approved for publication and be open for public comment.
The floor is now open for questions of clarification. Okay, seeing, I'm sorry, was there?
Oh.
Is someone?
I thought he had a question on this one. That's why I was
Is this the next one?
I have a question on number 10. Yeah.
Okay. Seeing no questions of clarification, the floor is now open for a motion to publish 13A0206. That's Ms. McCusker, and then seconded by General Sumter. The floor is now open for discussion of the motion. Seeing no discussion, The floor is now open for a vote on the motion. Those in favor, please say aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstention? Very good, thank you.
Thanks, Gabe. Dustin, can you join us for this one?
Okay, and I think we've got, this is the last one. This is 13A0107, non-discrimination in education, permission to publish.
Thank you, President Crawford, Vice President Getty, members of the board, council, superintendent. This regulation pertains to and is actually required outcropping of legislation from the 2022 legislative session. This has to do with Bill 666, which required that the state establish and adopt regulation regarding procedures for non-discrimination complaints. For the time being, we have adopted an internal process that this will largely round out and codify as per the requirements of the bill. What this does is it sets up a process wherein complaints could be made within 30 days. Those are to be pointed to mediation. If they parties are agreed to that, they have 5 days for mediation, and then there's a 60-day window at which point the mediation would need to be done. If it is not done, or pending on the outcome of that, the superintendent would have 60 days following to issue a final decision that could then be appealed to the state board and to the Office of Administrative Hearings, following that.
The floor is now open for questions or clarification. Mr. Bartley?
Yeah, so the word non-discrimination is curious to me. Should it be worded differently, non-discrimination as opposed to, it just is, to me, is a nonsensical word, non-discrimination. It should be, or is that what the act is called?
That's what's exactly in the
It's from statute.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. And then second question is, what is defined as a non-public school? Because I don't see that defined here, and so I wanted to make sure I was understanding what a non-public school is.
I'll defer to council and Kelly, if you're here. That is in, it's in a different section of COMAR, but I'm not familiar, and I don't want to tell you the wrong answer to that.
Yeah, I mean, non-public school is a defined term in COMAR, and so that is administered by our non-public school approval branch, and so whether something meets that definition or not would be determined by that division.
Okay. And then I find it curious that this is a new COMAR regulation, and is it not redundant, and why is it needed? It seems as though it would have already been in place, taking into consideration the history of preventing discrimination in schools.
The law says shall promulgate regulations.
Okay.
Can't break the law. So we have to promulgate. It doesn't say may, it says shall for this one. So this is one
So
of those.
was there something that was lacking in our code, or is this just more window dressing, so to speak?
It's the will of the assembly to create this, and there was a group of assembly members who were passionate about it. I believe, I forget the main sponsor, but I believe it came out of a city delegation, if I remember correctly, Justin.
Yeah, it was sponsored by Senators McCray and Waldstreicher. Last year, it was cross-filed in the House with Delegate Wilkins, Charles, Atterbury, Feldmark, Ivy, Palkovich, Carr, and Patterson.
So, but just reflecting back to what council said, so nobody here today can give me a definition of non-public.
Yes, we can. Kelly? She's over it, so we can do that. It includes your special education, non-public schools, your non-public schools in the juvenile educational DJS system. It includes your private schools as well. So, but Kelly, let me know which ones I missed.
Sure. So there are 3 types of non-public schools in Maryland. They are approved under 2 different sets of regulations, and they are as follows. 1, COMAR 13A0910 are what we would commonly refer to as our special education programs. These are publicly funded non-public schools. I know that's confusing. They are publicly funded by our local education agencies, and they are the least restrictive environment where you can be educated as a child in Maryland. So that's that set. And then COMAR 13A0909 are the regulations under which we approve what we would typically call like a private school, a parent placement private school. And they have much less regulations. We have less oversight of those particular schools. And then the third type is actually referred to as a church exempt non-public school, because they are exempt from educational regulations because they are operated by a bona fide church organization.
And
does that she knows her stuff. She regulates them. So that's what they are.
Thank you for that clarification, because it was important for me to be able to make a decision today. Thanks.
And just that part of it, so on the parent pay portion of those, I mean, the way that the law defines this is that it's subject to non-public schools that receive state funding. And so if you're wondering, to Kelly's point, why that second group might fall into this, that's, with the Boost program and other funds that can come out of the state, even if it's a parent pay school, it still may very well be a recipient of one of the many different programs that fund through the state. And so that would render it eligible under this.
General Sumter, thank you.
My only thing is, it would be helpful in the future when we have these, and it is legislation, if we could probably at the same time get the legislation, a copy of the law, so that we can see what it is we're actually trying to do for the legislature.
Do we reference
or
it in the
at the
transmittal?
minimum, at least the citation for what the
Got it.
legislation was.
I think we reference it in the transmittal, but we don't necessarily give you the copy of the legislation, but we can do that as well. Yeah. Absolutely.
Any other questions or clarification? Seeing no other questions or clarification, the floor is now open for a motion to publish 13A0107. That's Ms. Thomas, seconded by Dr. Michael. The floor is now open for discussion of the motion. Seeing no discussion of the motion, the floor is now open for a vote on the motion. Those in favor, please say aye and raise your hand. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain?
Abstain.
Okay. With 2.
Motion carries.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you very much. All righty. Okay. I'm gonna now read a request, motion here for, to allow us to go into executive session. Pursuant to Section 3-305B1 and 3-305B7 of the General Provisions Article of the Annotated Code of Maryland, the State Board will adjourn to executive session to discuss 5 appeals and personnel matters consistent with Section 3, subsection F of the State Board's Governance Manual. The floor is now open for a motion to allow us to go into executive session. Mr. DeShiel?
So move.
And seconded by Ms. McCusker. The floor is now open for discussion. Seeing no discussion, we'll now move to a vote. Those in favor, please say aye and raise your hand. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained? Okay, so that passed. We will come back in 90 minutes. Okay. Wait, what?
So you say.
I'm hoping less. I was going to say 90 minutes or less. Good afternoon. We are reconvening. We're calling the meeting back to order. At this time, opportunity for State Board member committee reports. Ms. Morrow?
So I was just gonna bring updates from the NASB world. I am currently serving on the Policy Education Positions Committee through the end of June, working on the assessment and accountability part of the positions that NASB has, and I can send that out if anybody is interested in seeing kind of what is being discussed. And the second part, I am serving on the awards committee for the awards that will be presented at the next annual conference in San Diego in October. I forwarded some information to Zach, and the awards nominations are due by June 9th. But if anybody wants to take a look at that, there are awards both for state board members, but there are also awards for kind of support personnel, as well as discussion of kind of friends of education, either in a state or national space as well. So we'll send those out.
All righty, very good. Mr. Deschutes?
Thank you. Thank you. I just wanted to let you know that the Strategic Planning Committee continues to meet regularly, and we appreciate the superintendent's leadership in helping us work through some of the important strategies now as we start to come together on phase 3 of the strategic plan, which of course is the final phase. In our conversations yesterday, we talked a little bit about timing, and we think we may have one or maybe at the most 2 more sessions as a subcommittee. And so following that, we will be getting back to all of you for additional input on the phase 3 recommendations that will be coming from the subcommittee, and we hope that you will take a look at what we are recommending and give us your input and insights for phase 3 as you have done for phases 1 and 2. So we look forward to doing that. I want to thank the superintendent for his leadership in putting forth some very, very important critical strategies for us to look at, and I hope you'll find those to be very helpful. I'm excited, as all of us, I think, are, about bringing to a conclusion our strategic plan. It's an exciting document, and as the superintendent has said many times, it is the foundation, I think, for where we go. The implementation is going to be exciting. There are certainly challenges, but the opportunities and rewards of seeing the strategic plan being implemented are incredible. So it's an exciting time, and I know you'll look forward, as all of us do, to seeing phase 3, and we are hoping that we can conclude and make the presentation of stage 3 as a completed strategic plan, hopefully maybe at our June meeting. So we'll hope for that. As I say, our next meeting is going to be on June the 5th, and we may conclude then or feel we need one more meeting, but shortly after that we'll be back in touch with you for your input as a board. So thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Ms. McCusker?
A small ad hoc committee group has met. We're calling it Big Rocks right now. We've met and had an initial meeting. It is a committee that's pretty much set up to kind of give us a basis for a legislative priorities committee to come later that is not necessarily a short-term ad hoc committee. So we've had our initial meeting. We've talked about a few possible big rocks we want to move, but we are in the very early stages, but we have started that work to help us get ahead of the the curve in trying to have a legislative agenda this year.
Dr. Wilcox.
Thank you. I wanted to let everyone know that Assistant Superintendent Mary Gable and I and the leads in Maryland for the American Academy of Pediatrics and 2 PTA members from Maryland all went to Chicago. We were selected with 3 other states, Utah, Illinois, and Texas, to be part of an initiative that is called Building Bridges, and it's between the pediatrics world and schools. And so the chief of NASB was there, and they brought in lots of people to help facilitate conversations, and there were presentations, and it was all about student mental health and thinking about how to build stronger bridges between schools and pediatrics. And we had fantastic discussion, and we have 2 more meetings coming up. But I felt it was a day and a half, and we left that meeting with some really concrete ideas that can be honed and formulated, and some nice relationship building as well, which was very well worth the meeting and the effort of going to the meeting. So I just wanted to let everyone know to stay tuned for that, and I'll be reporting back on that as well.
Great, excellent. Anything else? Okay. We now move to future board agenda items. If you have any agenda items that you want us to consider, please, you can let us know now. You can send a note to Zach, or when we do our check-ins for June. But if anything comes to mind right now that you want to make sure that we put on the agenda. Okay. All righty. So again, the floor is still open for agenda ideas. Send them to Zach, or as Vice President Getty and I do our calls, you're more than welcome to tell us then. Mr. Dunklow, you have the opinions?
Thank you, President Crawford. We have 5 opinions to announce. Opinion number 23-12. This is FW versus Baltimore County Board of Education. This case involved exercise of the state board's original jurisdiction. The state board denied the local board's motion to dismiss, asserted its jurisdiction, and will require the parties to brief the merits on an expedited basis to address amendments to the reportable offense law. Opinion 23-13, LW versus Prince George's County Board of Education. This case involved an involuntary disciplinary transfer. The state board reversed the decision of the local board. Opinion 23-14, Edmund St. Jean versus Prince George's County Board of Education. This case involved restitution for unearned wages. The state board affirmed the decision of the local board. Opinion 23-15, Joseph Steiner versus Anne Arundel County Board of Education. This case involved a failure to hire. The state board affirmed the decision of the local board. And lastly, opinion 23-16, VA versus Worcester County Board of Education. This case involved another exercise of the state board's original jurisdiction. In this case, the state board declined to assert its jurisdiction. However, the state board also denied the local board's motion to dismiss and was remanding the case to the local board to allow the appellant to exhaust available administrative remedies. That's all I have.
Very good. The floor is now open for any suggestions for the good of the order. Hearing none, I think everybody wants to go home. Okay. The floor is now open for a motion to adjourn. So moved. Ms. McCusker, and then seconded by Ms. Morrow. Seeing no discussion of the topic, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. And abstain, negative, whatever. I'm tired. It's been a long time. Okay. Thank you much. We'll see you at the end of June. Again, thank you, everyone, and thank you for the public for tuning in. Have a great